everyone, my name is KAVITA GUPTA. Welcome to NEST Summit at the backdrop of Climate Week 2020. We have covered so many topics during this week, but something which I'm very excited to talk about today is how generational impact, especially generational climate activism, can basically set up an idea for anybody, any new family and individual coming in the space to know how to have a long-lasting impact. And I'm very excited to have, which I personally think is sort of a first family in the climate activist space, to have the Turner-Seydel family joining us today. I'm going to start first with Laura Turner-Seydel. Laura is an international environmental advocate and eco-living expert dedicated to creating a healthy and sustainable future for our children. She's a director of and works with the Environmental Working Group to limit the toxic chemicals in food, air, water, and consumer products. In 2004, she co-founded Mothers and Others for Clean Air and is currently the chair of the board. And you also sit on so many boards, from Turner Foundation, Jane Smith Turner Foundation, the Turner Endangered Species Fund, Montana's Grill, and the list goes on. So Laura, first of all, thank you so much for taking time out. I can't thank you enough for being here. And very soon we will be joined by your next generation very soon, but I wanna keep them 10 minutes away from this conversation. My first question to you is, your father created such an extraordinary legacy, you know, from lands in Montana to UN Foundation. Where did your journey begin?
My journey began at the beginning. I was raised by Captain Planet. What can I say? You know him as Ted Turner, but I know him firsthand as Captain Planet. His mantra, he even made a bumper sticker, save everything. His first bumper sticker was save the humans. The next one was save everything. And so that's kind of what his family and leaders around the world, people around the world have been charged with, is to work wherever they are, whatever their capacity is, to make a difference in the world, because we have to do it. If we're gonna hand over a livable, just, equitable, healthy world, we've all, there's a sailor's term, you know, he was a big sailor, all hands on deck. It is a time to have all hands on deck. You know, we were raised on a mountaintop of information. Dad started CNN, you know, he was very high profile in the media. He always used his platform to educate and entertain, edutain people who tuned in. From all kinds of environmental. Ted was a big patron and a huge fan and friend of Jacques Cousteau's. The Undersea Adventures of Jacques Cousteau, National Geographic Explorer. We grew up with drinking from this fire hose that showed around the world what happens when you degrade the environment, when you take too much and you don't put enough back, when you overreach the carrying capacity of the land. And so I've been inspired to be a disciple, to follow in his footsteps, to build upon his legacy. And I think he's inspired my 3 brothers, my sister, to do the same. His 14 grandchildren are following in lockstep, not to mention millions and millions of Planeteers who grew up watching the Captain Planet cartoon around the globe.
Captain Planet, he's our hero, gonna take pollution down to 0.
Who now have the environmental and the social issues of our day ingrained in their head. They're doing what they can in their own communities to act on what they learned and to make such a big difference. That's where it started for me. It's been a natural progression, and 2 boards that you did not mention that I'm very proud to have been asked to serve on are the UN Foundation and the Nuclear Threat Initiative, two very important nonprofit organizations that were started by Ted more than 20 years ago that have been doing really important work. And so it's an honor to be in service on those boards with very passionate, knowledgeable, accomplished board members, and the staff are incredible and doing amazing work, all at the same time. This horrific global pandemic is raging, and then also the effects of climate change that we're seeing scale up. It's been predicted for a while. You know, Al Gore has been focused on it with Inconvenient Truths for decades. My dad in the 80s got on board with this and has been very passionate about informing the world about the fallout, that it's real, that we have to take action and stop doing the dumb things that some of our government leaders are participating in, like $700 billion of fossil fuel subsidies. 130 of our Congress members are absolute climate deniers. They are not fit to serve in this world. I'm in California, as you know, and we are ground zero, one of the ground zero zones in this country and around the globe that are experiencing severe weather extremes. Here, the fire season started off with a bang, 700 plus fires, 2.5 billion acres have been burned. So many people have been displaced, structures burned, lives disrupted. And not only is it contributing to severe anxiety to the people who are being displaced, but also to the people who are watching it on the news every day. And not to mention that hurricane named in my honor, I'm just kidding, Laura, was one of the most powerful, at the beginning of hurricane season, one of the most powerful storms to hit the coast in recorded history. And then, so it's just, so many severe weather patterns are happening, and they're scaling. Have you heard of this? Do you know what a derecho is?
No. A
derecho is an inland hurricane. So just a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, it was 140-mile-an-hour winds inland that destroyed 10 million acres of food crops, all while the country and the world are facing such severe food shortages. And so we've got to get on it. We have to scale solutions. They're there. And I can get down off my soapbox for a minute so you can ask another question.
No, I mean, I was just listening to you, and I basically have learned more about so many new things happening because of climate change, unfortunately, than what I've been trying to read or like listening to other people. Thank you, first of all. You must have traveled a lot around the world while doing all this work very early, and especially, I mean, your family has started working on saving the climate even before the climate change or the impact was a terminology. Can you share a couple of climate injustices you have seen firsthand, which has made you start an initiative or support something or left a really big impact on you?
So there are a couple. Locally, when my children were small, back in the early 2000s, there was a report that came out, a medical health report that came out of California. And it showed that healthy kids that played soccer outside 3 or 4 days a week because of the dirty outdoor air quality in Los Angeles, their lung function was permanently impaired. And I learned that not only is dirty outdoor air a trigger for asthma? It is a root cause of asthma. And as we know, about 1 in 10 children in our country have asthma. And one of the biggest reasons why children check into emergency rooms, why they're checked in, and why children miss school and parents miss work is asthma attacks. And when we burn fossil fuels, we are polluting our air. When we emit all of these terrible carcinogenic particulates from the trucking and transportation sector, we're exposing our kids to dirty air. We have to have incredible health protections, which our government is hell-bent in rolling back. In fact, there's 27 pieces of legislation and policies that have been rolled back either by the EPA or Trump's executive order. And that's just not, it's not acceptable. It's not only putting our children at risk, but a greater risk of is faced by the elderly, the part of the community that has underlying health issues, people of low income, of color. They are being disproportionately affected, adversely affected. As a result of learning all of this, I started an organization which you mentioned. I co-founded it in 2004, Mothers and Others for Clean Air. And I invite you and the listeners today to visit our website. We're focused on the Southeast and transitioning to a clean energy economy. We were the first in the country to really bring the community together. So parents, scientists, medical professionals, and others in the community, youth as well, to figure out how to solve for air pollution problems and to clean up the air so we can have healthier lungs and healthier communities. And it's incredibly important that we elevate our voices on this issue, because what we do to our air quality, we are doing to our health. These things are inextricably linked, and so very important. And then on a global scale, when we traveled to Africa, several countries, our kids were there, they have such severe weather extremes, droughts, floods, that were not patterns of the past, but now they've become all too frequent every year. And about 70% of the food in these countries is grown by women. So women are having to plant crops not once or twice, but sometimes 3 and 4 times. And the world is facing water shortages and food shortages on a scale that we have not seen before. And due to COVID, they've even scaled more. I know in Atlanta, in our hometown, we have thousands of cars lining up at food banks, only to be handed a couple of canned items and candy bars and processed food. And that's unacceptable, while at the same time, farmers are plowing food under. I mean, we saw that on the news. They were plowing their produce under because of the decline. You know, kids weren't going to school, so the schools, they lost the school orders and the restaurant orders. But that, if our government was on it and got it, that food would have gotten into hungry mouths, especially our children who relied on those 1 meals a day in schools, that because they weren't in school, weren't getting them. And about half the children aren't in school right now. So we're still facing these big food gaps. And I really think one of the solutions, and John R. can speak to it, and what the city of Atlanta is doing, but growing food on vacant city lots, growing food like we are at Captain Planet Foundation. They're called giving gardens, but we've transitioned to school gardens while the kids aren't there to giving gardens where we have urban growers planting and harvesting thousands of pounds of food for local community food banks. And we can all do that, turn our front yards that are grass and treated into edible yards.
This is what I love when every time I talk to any member of your family, or I think this is how the foundation should work, not only just to highlight and educate the problem, but actually have a very sustainable solution and something which you can do all the way from a short area to big. Like it can go anywhere on the scale, but the solution, whether it's local, it's global, should be there. I think this is a perfect time to bring in the next generation, because every solution which you mentioned is a long-term solution. It's not going to solve the problem in 2 years, but with next generation coming in, maybe in 30 years, that sustainability will happen. So I'm very excited to bring in John R. Seydel. So John, an Atlanta native, is the Director of Sustainability in the Office of the Mayor for the City of Atlanta. And we also have Vasser Seydel joining. Vasser just graduated from University of Georgia, and she's continuing the family legacy to support environmental responsibility. And Vasser, you also recently joined a campaign, right? And I would love for you to tell us a little bit more about that campaign.
Absolutely. So I joined the Oxygen Project to work on the deep seabed mining issue. And when we first started, we joined forces because, quite frankly, it really struck a nerve when I was talking to a leader of a very powerful country. He was the Minister of Economics for that country on the issue of deep seabed mining. And he agreed that the issue was very concerning and how it was moving forward. But he also looked at me and said, do you know what you're up against? And that it was already a done deal. And by the way, that's not the only time I've ever heard that while I've been doing this work. But to hear that as a 20-something-year-old living in the climate crisis, seeing environmental catastrophes all over the world, and to hear that we are going to approach the final frontier, quite frankly, of our planet, the deep sea, with that same extractive and destructive mindset that got us into these issues in the first place, really, for lack of a better word, pissed me off. And I knew I had to work on these issues. So in our campaign, which has reached millions of people around the world already, Dr. Sylvia Earle and Philippe Cousteau say in our campaign video, deep seabed mining is like clear-cutting the ocean, and scientists warn the effects will be catastrophic and irreversible.
Our ocean is facing its biggest threat ever.
Biggest threat ever.
And nobody is talking about it.
The UN's International Seabed Authority, the ISA, is prioritizing a new destructive industry known as deep seabed mining.
Seabed mining is like clear-cutting the ocean.
Scientists warn thousands of species could be threatened with extinction.
And the effects will be catastrophic
and irreversible.
We need a healthy ocean to survive.
The ocean is home to the majority of life on the planet.
It produces more oxygen and stores more carbon than any other place on Earth.
Please help us raise awareness on this issue by sharing this message, and visit theoxygenproject.com to learn more.
The deep sea ecosystems are the largest ecosystems on the planet. They also store the majority of our carbon, and they are essential in producing the majority of our oxygen on this planet. So I can't underscore enough how essential the protection of these ecosystems are, and how we should really approach our final frontier with the precautionary principle and with the science-first mindset. So that's just a little bit about what I'm doing at the Oxygen Project. And thank you so much for having me today.
Another amazing initiative. I think I'm just going to walk out learning so much what's going on in the world. positive way, at least from the solution perspective. John, I remember the first time I met you was at one of the evenings at COP21 in Paris, and you were one of the youngest person running around. You were passionate. It was all about environment, and I was like, who's this young person who has like such passionate deep understanding about subject matter already, and like is ready to actually just dedicate his life to it. And I don't think you have changed even a little bit. How has been the journey and what you have been up to in the space?
Yeah, that was, it seems like yesterday, but that was 5 years ago. And it was just so cool to be able to go with my sister to this past Conference of the Parties in Spain. And that's what she was referring to when she spoke to one of the economic ministers, and really found her pathway towards leading this campaign against deep sea bed mining for this incredible nonprofit, the Oxygen Project, which really takes climate change. We like to focus on the things that traditionally, the things that we expel. Carbon dioxide, people have a hard time connecting with carbon dioxide. But when you talk about oxygen, you only need to plug your nose and not breathe for, 20 seconds to understand how important that is. And that's where the majority of our oxygen comes from, is from our oceans. Around 50% comes from phytoplankton, which are heavily impacted by the amount of heat that oceans actually take up. It's about 93% of the heat. And if it wasn't for our oceans, as Vasser said, it's our biggest carbon sink, but it's also what's giving us a chance to fight climate change, and is giving us just a little bit of time to, as Mom said, getting all the hands on deck and getting as many people, whether you're talking about my grandmothers, one which you interviewed earlier today, the Dangerous Women, Pat Mitchell, as well as Jane Fonda, who just came out with her book on really, and look at that, Mom.
Here we go.
She is so prepared. So yeah, the What I Can Do, and even going down that line, Mom and Vasser and my other sister, Laura Elizabeth, got arrested, and Pat put their bodies on the line, got arrested to pass what really, not just pass, but really adopt the Green New Deal and everything that goes under that. And really, so yeah, you're saying what's, the background of how, where the passion comes from. I think you kind of heard that with Vasser and Mom. I think it's just in our blood. It's been watching a lot of Captain Planet episodes growing up, reading a bunch of Captain Planet comics growing up. This is a Marvel comic, so Marvel needs to get on that, because this is the time, and I think Leonardo DiCaprio actually owns the rights to it right now, and has been scripting a movie. Let's talk about real issues, not made up comic book ones. We can
save the real world.
That's right, and we need people, namely the Planeteers, to know that you don't have to have superpowers in order to be a Planeteer and come together and create what is Captain Planet, the embodiment, the metaphor for what we can all do together, working together on a clean energy and regenerative agriculture, economy that leaves nobody behind and makes us more resilient, and alleviates poverty. It's the moral side, the economic side, it's the winning side, as Dr. Durley, Reverend Durley here in Atlanta likes to say, and God is on our side for this one. So I think there's a lot I can go into, but you can hear the passion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like a woman should play Captain Planet for this one. And Vasser, I enroll you I volunteered you to play one of them. That would be a really cool one. Marvel's biggest hit.
That's a huge compliment for me and anyone in my family. So thank you.
So what does the dinner conversation in this household looks like? Each one of you is so passionate, so many amazing activities going. Give us a sneak peek. Like, how does a dinner conversation looks like, a Thanksgiving dinner, with everyone on both sides of the family being so passionate?
Well, Mom,
I think it's not only
yeah.
dinner, it's breakfast and lunch too.
Lunch, yeah. And
right.
car trips, yep. Everything whenever we're
point.
together. Well, I mean, there's nothing, it's easy to focus on the problems, and it's also hard to talk about all the problems. You can get very apathetic. But the good news is as big as the problems are, the opportunities to attack these problems and to unite with the science that's out there, the disruptive technologies that are out there from, as I mentioned, energy, regenerative ag, transportation, that's all on our side. We just need to make sure that we have the right political leaders. That Mom mentioned, the 130 climate deniers. Those are 130 science deniers, and the ones that like to keep the status quo and are subsidizing and representing companies that are doing everything that they can to fight these economic disruptions and really these economic revolutions. And so it's you can get really apathetic, as Jane's book was talking about, but the way that you really tackle apathy is by being able to discuss, whether it's with family, at your family meals, with friends. Right now during COVID, there's a lot of time for the little happy hours to talk about the solutions that are out there. And and by the way, fintech is all about being able to make smart investments and ESG focus. Those are the companies that are making investors a lot of money, especially in an uncertain economy.
Yeah, and especially during COVID, it was very interesting that most of the ESG benchmark funds did way better than anything else. They outlasted some of the fintech funds, including. So that should be an indication to, even just from the profit perspective, just do it right. It's anyways profitable, right?
That's right. Yeah, and so you want to be on the right side of history, and also the right side of the economy that's going to create thousands of jobs, help our economy recover from this global pandemic, and really just solve really core issues like food insecurity, being able to capture and rescue food, whether you're talking about growing new food with the Giving Gardens Project at Captain Planet, whether you're talking about regenerative ag, which is a campaign now that our family has really set off on with our just less than 2 million acres across the United States, with bison right in the middle of it. And how do you rewild someplace while also growing back the soil that also helps it become more drought resilient? And when you do have heavy rains for a short period of time, it can absorb that water and keep it in the soil for so much longer, while also being able to diversify your revenue sources, which is so important, especially as our farmers here in the United States are facing a real crisis, in focusing on traditionally monoculture, heavy chemical, industrial production. We have to completely rethink the way that we're growing food. And what's exciting is that we have a direct hand in that. And Mom, who is a board member of the Turner Foundation, really the lead board member on our family branch. Vasser just joined. So you're talking to also the new to us members for the Turner Foundation. Mom's really the lead on our branch for regenerative agriculture, while Vasser, really has, in honor of her name, for water, really is taking a lead role on protecting our oceans. And so, and I guess I'm here trying to connect the end of the triangle between the two.
And a very passionate triangle. There must be, do you have any a community and education platform for so many other families and new families, different generations who wants to join you and actually help take these initiatives forward or have their own family understand more? Are there anything which you are doing in that educational space?
Actually, so the Oxygen Project is a great platform for that. So we're not only focused on raising awareness and creating impact around deep seabed mining, but we're also really focused on bringing stories from around the world on what people are doing to solve environmental crises all over the planet. And a problem in the narrative right now in the environmental space is that it's about a very select few. And I think that's going into why so many young people are so anxious about the climate crisis, because if you look at it as a whole and just as a one-person issue, then it can be very overwhelming, as it should be, because not one person is going to solve the climate crisis. It's about everyone doing what they can within their own realm of influence to work together as a cohesive unit, and that's how we are going to reach this uphill battle of a goal of going below or at 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming by 2030. I did want to make one comment about the kitchen table, what our conversations are like. And I want to encourage people to be having these environmental conversations. They can be uncomfortable, and not all of us are right all the time. We can bring something to the table, and it really is so important to have this dialogue, because sustainability is evolving. With an information age, we can make leaps and bounds every day with the science that's going on, and it's hard to stay on top of all of that. So everyone can bring their own perspectives and their own knowledge to the table. And what's super important to mention in today's day and age is the concept of intersectional environmentalism, justice for people and justice for the planet, which I think the environmental movement has left out for a while. And now moving forward, sustainability is going to have to incorporate that as a fundamental building block to the definition of sustainability. And one last little note, as I mentioned, we're not always right in our family, but it's not about being perfect when it comes to sustainability. It's about progress. It's more so becoming about being perfect since we're, inching on that 10-year mark. We have to do our best, but you have to get started. Don't let, being 100% a vegan or being 100% plastic free or being 100% doing everything right all the time keep you from getting started. So I just wanted to mention that and into the context of why it's so important on having these conversations, even when it does seem like you guys are all on the same page.
No, absolutely right, and very beautifully said. I think it's very daunting when an individual thinks, I'm plastic free from today. And then you suddenly start realizing how every part of your life is touched by it from morning to evening. And then most of the people just quit. And I think including me, it has happened with me 4 times. So I really like what you said, just go slowly into it with the right intention. And I think that's a very good place to actually go into call for action, because our viewers are across the world, different age ranges, but I also see a lot of youth climate activism happening here. We had Alexandra earlier, we had advisor to UN General Secretary, the youth climate activists from over 8 countries joined us earlier. I think you have a global presence, not just as a family, but your initiatives, the foundations have the global presence, including the one which you just told me about, the deep sea mining, right? And the governments everywhere are not supportive or representative of the people. And what I ideally would like to ask, what would you change? But I would actually rephrase it, and I would say, what would you recommend and suggest any individual activist to make those changes in any country where they are? And if there are list of institutes they can join, or list of foundations or support groups, how would you initiate them into this sphere?
So I'll just say it really quickly, because I think it's so important, no matter if you're focusing on plastics, like our Ocean Heroes and the Ocean Heroes Boot Camp from Captain Planet in partnership with Adrian Grenier's Lonely Whale, over 300 different young people, young planeteers that have passed significant plastic pollution bans at their schools, their state level, their cities, and even countries. So whether it's plastic, whether you care about the Green New Deal and have gotten arrested with Grandma Jane with Fire Joe Fridays, I think it's so important that we all connect with one another. I think right now we have a real opportunity because we are so virtual and we are here at home, that we have a little bit more time when, you know, I get to save an hour of my day not commuting, of being able to be more hyper-connected than ever. And at the Oxygen Project, it's a really easy way. When you log in, when you go to oxygenproject.com, you put in your email and you're automatically linked in with the Oxygen Project, with all the different planeteers that are fighting for all the different issues. And so I'm going to start making a list, and I can't help it. I kind of jump the gun when you ask these questions because it's just the passion's so real. And so I'll let Mom and Vasser talk while I kind of make a list.
And we would publish that list, FYI.
Awesome. Thanks, KAVITA.
I think that the youth movement in the world is so strong and powerful. You know, Greta Thunberg and these other climate activists, millions around the globe, have begged us all to vote on their behalf, to vote for a healthy future. And it's really important that all of us that can vote climate, vote justice, equity, inclusion, vote environment, vote health, vote for children, vote for the Sustainable Development Goals. If we have government leaders that are denying basic science, then how are we ever going to get to the business plan of sustainable development, which is what the SDGs are all about? How are we going to educate everyone? How are we going to provide clean water and healthy food to everyone? How are we going to provide clean, affordable energy while we save our forests, while we save our oceans? It's really important that we work together with the young people and help them elevate their voices and vote on their behalf. There is an amazing collaboration between NRDC, League of Conservation Voters, and Tom Steyer's Next Gen, which they have this incredible platform that is very telling. It's called Give Green, and it really prioritizes those races, because our biggest opportunity in this country is all about the ballot box, and getting environmental champions and health champions, champions of children and their future. And you can see that we have to flip the Senate. Mitch McConnell is one of the top climate deniers with our president. And we only have to win about 5 Senate races to flip the Senate and take control away from those that are all about rolling back, all about, continuing these subsidies for fossil fuel companies who, by the way, have known for decades about the science. And the Department of Justice has known about the science, but have they done anything about it? No, because it's been profit over people. And that has got to change. We have to balance the scales and tip them in humanity's favor. And the only way to do that at the rate of urgency to deal with the crises that we're facing is to get leaders that are willing to hit the ground running on day one. And because as Vasser said, we know the smartest scientists around the globe that make up the International Panel on Climate Change have said we have a decade. We can't pussyfoot around anymore. And yes, we need to have, it is part of our civic duty to have these conversations with our friends and our family members and people in our communities and our political leaders, our religious leaders, like Jane has said to do. But we have got to convince, listen to them and have them listen to us and see if we can find common ground. Because the civil discourse in this country and in other countries around the globe is unacceptable. But we have to come together, and we have so much in common. Everybody cares about kids, right? And the health and what's best for them. But you never know it by the direction that we're heading off on.
Yeah, that's sorry.
And I just wanted to say, Jane made a really good point. She was severely depressed, and I think that is a big problem in this country and around the globe. The anxiety, the depression, the rates of suicide. But the best way to do it is to resolve that situation, like Jane did, is to take action, to go do something about it. Don't wait for somebody else to fix the problem. And so, so we all have to do more and scale the solutions more and elect leaders who get it, get the basic premise of science.
No, I'm sorry, Vasser, I just wanted to make one statement, Laura, that I actually, coming from India, has always been super surprised by America is #1 in the percentage of people having climate denial. And I never understood it, that how a country like US is #1 on the climate denial science. So you said it absolutely, like education and selecting the right people is a key. Vasser, the youngest one in the family, the last words.
I was just going to say there's a lot of information. There's a lot of groups out there, and some that just come to mind because of the space that I work in for oceans is Philippe Cousteau's Earth Echo, Sustainable Ocean Alliance. Like I mentioned, the Oxygen Project, you can go on to our website, sign up for our newsletters. There are so many youth-led organizations out there, so many resources at the tips of your fingers from inside your own home. But also we mentioned individual action earlier. My mom mentioned it as well as you did. And we mentioned something like plastics. And some individual choice or individual lifestyle choices isn't enough, because plastics industries, they have whole departments that are trying to expand into new markets and trying to control consumer choice. So whether you're trying to do your best you can, you're going to find yourself not always succeeding. But what's important is taking it to that next level of taking action within your own governments or within your own local government. Or if you have a crazy idea like stopping deep seabed mining, that when you are faced with, in the face of power, that you keep moving in spite of it. And something my brother talked about earlier was Fire Drill Fridays. And if you get your body out and you put it in line with your beliefs at something as simple as a rally or Fridays for Future or any kind of movement like that, it will transform you into taking action and speaking truth to power, which sitting behind your computer screen, I believe, could never do. So anyways, there's a lot of organizations that you can become part of, but I also encourage you to create that organization and those opportunities for yourself.
Don Lewis has always been my congressman growing up, and Vasser's absolutely right. And he classified that putting your body on the line for what's right is good trouble. And we need more good troublemakers and more good trouble from Planeteers. And so I couldn't say it better, Vasser.
And this documentary is premiering on CNN on September 27th. So good trouble.
Oh,
good trouble.
Perfect.
Necessary trouble.
Good trouble. No, and every revolution has started with good trouble and trouble by good people. So I think this is the journey. This is the similar journey. I really first want to thank for all the amazing work which each one of you as an individual and as a family, you guys do take out that time, energy, resources, and keep on pushing. Thank you so much. You guys are an inspiration. And I really want to see more and more individuals, more and more families with similar dedication to it. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for taking time out and share all these things with us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Britton Jones. I'm the founder and CEO of Next Events Media Group and the proud producer of the NEST Summit, along with our partners FinTech TV and the Climate Group. I want to welcome you today to our session on advancing sustainability in events. And I'm joined today by a panel of three true leaders in the events industry. Carrie Freeman Parsons is the chair of Freeman, the world's largest events, brand experience and event services company. Stephen Carter, the group CEO of Informa, which among other business lines is the world's largest producer, organizer of events. And I'm here today with Alan Steele, the CEO of the Javits Center. In fact, we are in the Javits Broadcast Studio, which is a new service provided by the Javits Center, which is New York's convention center and one of the greenest venues in the U.S. I want to thank you all for being part of this session, which I want to mention is being sponsored by SISO, the Society of Independent Show Organizers, which is an organization near and dear to our hearts. Now, we have just 40 minutes today and a lot of ground to cover, so I'd like to jump right in. And I'd like to start at the beginning. And all of you are not just leaders in the events industry, but you're true pioneers in the sustainability movement in the events industry. So what was the start? What was the impetus to move your sustainability efforts from the back burner to the front burner? And Stephen, let's begin with you, as Informa started on the sustainability fronts very early. I think I saw on your website that you issued your first corporate responsibility report in 2006.
We did. I mean, I've been in this company for just about a decade now, Britton, and I think over that 10-year period, sustainability and sustainable impact has become a mainstream business issue for all of us as individuals, as citizens, and certainly for all of us in business. And certainly if you're running a public company like ours, it's becoming an increasingly important criteria for investors. So that combination, really makes it a front and center question. I got involved in this personally. Actually, even before then, I did that thing which you have managed to avoid doing, which is I had a really good idea, but at the wrong time. All your good ideas, as far as I can observe, Britain, have been at the right time. But I invested personally in a small sustainability impact investing analytics business back in the 1990s called TrueCost, TrueCost. And it taught me a lot. TrueCost had a basic idea, which was that the world would get to a point whereby we would buy products and services as a result of really understanding their true cost of production, not just the price on the till or the price on the sticker, but what was the true cost all the way through the supply chain and all the way to the end life of the product. And until we as consumers really fully understood the true cost of the products and services we were buying, we could never really run proper and efficient markets. That business eventually got sold and is now part of S&P, but it gave me an early lesson in the emerging thinking around sustainability, and I've carried that with me, and it's become a very big part of what we're trying to do here at Informa.
Great, thank you. And Carrie, what was the primary impetus for Freeman?
We had been asked by several clients what our position was going to be regarding sustainability, and I would say that we, for several years, really just responded to that. We had some team members who cared about sustainability, and we had some clients who cared about sustainability, and so we were responding. Where we really changed our mindset was about 5 years ago, when we decided we would become a design thinking organization. We really started thinking about if Freeman was going to be a privately held business for the next 90-something years, how were we going to ensure our sustainability? And so we produced a manifesto that really spoke to what we believe in and why we're in this business and what was going to compel us to continue to reinvent to go forward. And in the context of that, we started considering those decisions that we would need to make in order for us to be a sustainable business. And at that time, we had an opportunity to go over to Copenhagen and spend some time with architects and business leaders and designers who were embedding environmental sustainability into their projects from the onset, not just from a LEED green building perspective, but literally how are they improving the sustainability of their project, and from a design perspective. And that's when the light bulb really went on for us, that rather than looking at environmental sustainability as sort of an add-on imposition of something that we should do, incorporating it into our values of how are we going to be a sustainable organization going forward. So how are we going to consider reducing waste and reducing waste in all measures, wasted time, wasted materials, et cetera. And so once we started embedding that into our manifesto and into our values, that's when our team members really held the mirror up to us. And an example is we have a client, McDonald's. We produce their event every other year, their worldwide event, and they were very focused on ensuring that their event was as sustainable as possible. And it was produced out of Orlando. A couple of weeks later, we were producing a more typical trade show, and we were kind of defaulting back to our old substrates and some of those things. And our people were saying, well, I thought we said that sustainability was going to be built into everything we do. So are we only going to do it when our specific customers are asking for it or not? And that was when we knew that the tide had turned, and it was going to be not a program at Freeman, but something that was going to be embedded into how we think about everything that we do.
And Alan, how did sustainability become one of the top priorities here at the Javits Center?
Well, I think when I walked into the building in 2012 and realized that we had the second largest green roof in the country, it struck me then that this could be a significant factor in our sustainability, not just in our sustainability programs, but in the sustainability of our business. We quickly became engaged with the New York City Audubon Society. We started to see bird life on the roof. We followed that with an investment in bees. We suddenly realized that not only was this good for our image with our customers, but it was also good for our employees. Suddenly there was another factor for them to feel good about when they were at the Javits Center. Since then, we've just taken that program and expanded it. I'm very lucky to have a strong team led by Ken Sanchez and Jackie Tran, who've developed a number of programs that will help us in the future, will help us save money, will help us save energy, will help us redirect food waste. So they're all important things for us, and certainly our customers are much more concerned about this now than they were when I came in 2012. I think just before that, however, my interest in sustainability was somewhat developed when living in England. I come from Newcastle, which is the place you don't take colds to, and we lived in a very grimy atmosphere. There were two Clean Air Acts in the UK, one in 1953, one in 1968, I believe. And over the course of the early 70s, we suddenly realized that there were hills and valleys and rivers out there that you could see from your window, which we'd never been able to see before. The atmosphere changed because of those Clean Air Acts. And so I think there was something embedded in me there that made me aware of the value of sustainability at all levels. When I came to Javits, I just had the opportunity to do something with it.
Great, thank you. Okay, now that we've established how we all got started, what are some of the major programs that you're working on today to improve the environmental impact of your business? And how are these initiatives transforming your businesses? And Carrie, Freeman's been active in a number of climate initiatives. What are some of the major things and programs that you're working on today to advance sustainability?
Well, we're really breaking our work into three separate areas. So first of all is reduction. Just how do we reduce the materials that are required for events? And that really impacts in the planning stage. And frankly, in the last year or so in particular, our clients have been coming to us and saying, how do we reduce the cost of exhibiting? How do we reduce for exhibitors? How do we reduce our costs? And some of those discussions have been around what are the services and the products that we are providing for you for your event that really aren't adding value but are costing money, and in fact by reducing those, you'll reduce your expense, but you'll also reduce your environmental impact. So really focusing on the reduction of materials that are required for events and really thinking about that in the planning stages so that we're making good sound decisions with our clients. The second is in reuse. And again, past practice has been that we would produce new graphics every year for an event, throwing those things out in many cases. And so how are we thinking about our exhibit systems and our graphic materials and our products so that we can reuse them over and over? And then of course recycling, and how do we use materials that are able to be recycled more effectively. And so in really focusing in those three areas, it's enabled us to consider with our clients on the front end in the planning stages of what decisions do we want to make on the front side so that we're really pulling all that through the organization on the back side. And then the kind of the final piece of it has been adding the measurement into our other ROI metrics for internal projects. So for instance, if we're making a capital investment into something, if we're deciding to leverage a supply chain for a certain function, if we're reducing our footprint in certain areas, and some of this has been accelerated as a result of our response to the COVID-19 crisis, we're also adding a measurement around environmental reduction and waste reduction and the impact of that. So I think it's causing us to go a little further than we might have otherwise, because we're realizing that we have an opportunity to make an even bigger impact in the long term when we add that sustainability lens into our decisions.
That's great. All really important programs. And Alan, we're here at the Javits Center under the largest green roof in New York, the second largest in the U.S., as you noticed. And it's really become an iconic symbol of sustainability in New York City. And please tell us more about becoming one of the greenest venues in the U.S. and what you're doing to stay that way.
Well, I was really very lucky because I was not in any way responsible for the creation of the green roof. That was Bruce Fowle, the architect who led the renovation of the Javits Center, which ended in 2015. And Barbara Lampin, who headed up the development corporation at that time. They were the ones who made the decision to invest in that green roof. And it proved to be a huge incentive for us to begin all of our sustainability programs. As I mentioned before, the birds came first, the bees came second. After the bees came the honey. After that came our sustainability focus. And we've now taken this to a point where we have a team working on this on a daily basis. We're now looking at new programs, particularly with regard to solar. We are beginning the installation of what will be the largest solar power installation on the roof of Javits. It will not interfere with the green roof because it will be situated over the air conditioning units, but we will generate about 2.5 megawatts of electricity. We have a 2 megawatt battery storage unit built into our new transformer building. This will allow us to be independent of the grid should there ever be a need to do that. So it is both a sustainable practice, but it's also a business practice that will allow us to guarantee more continuity to our customers. It's also led us into doing more with the community. We have programs such as Javits Cares. We have another program where we support local school kids with their movement into college, because being sustainable is also about being acceptable to the communities in which we live. We're certainly seeing a demand from our customers, but we're expecting the same kind of demand from our neighbors. So we're looking to have that be an important part of our future. I think sustainability for us will only become more important because there is no doubt our customers are suddenly seeing this as something that their customers are expecting from them.
Very, very encouraging and very impressive. And Stephen, Informa has adopted a Faster Forward program and announced goals around net zero carbon and zero waste. Please tell us more about Faster Forward and how it's taking shape at Informa.
Thanks, Britton. Well, look, much like Carrie, we've created a program which you rightly described, the Faster Forward program, and it seeks to do a number of things over a specified time period. We've set ourselves a period of 5 years. We actually, as a company, achieved carbon neutrality last year. But we've said between now and 2025, we want to get to a point whereby we are net zero carbon and zero waste. We've done a lot of work in the delivery. We created for our, roughly 900 to 1,000 events in the days when we were allowed to host events. An event fundamentals program whereby we look at everything. We look at carbon reduction, waste, diversity, removal of single use. We've actually done a project with Carrie's team called the CBIG project on Sustainable Events Big Initiative, which is to try and work down through the supply chain because sparing Alan's blushes, Javits is at the cutting edge of this, but we operate everywhere in the world, and there are some parts of the world where there's a more homespun supply chain, particularly on booth production and on other materials. And so working with the entire supply chain is important. One of the other parts of Faster Forward is on the content side of our business, because half of our business is events, but the other half of our business is digital content. And in both the content we put in our events and in our digital content business, we're trying to make sustainable content and contribution to our customers and their industries a bigger part of where we add value, because ultimately our multiplier effect we have a big footprint in our advanced learning and publishing business and also in our business information and intelligence business. And then on the investor side, ESG investing, which isn't just about sustainability, there's also environment and governance, but a big part of it's about sustainability. We haven't set ourselves a target there that we would like, I don't know, pick a number, 25% of our register to be ESG investors, but we did set ourselves an objective, which is for any investor for whom a company, a publicly listed stock, would have to be a high quality ESG qualified investable stock. We did not want to be an obstacle to them making that investment. And thereby that would open up an access to capital that otherwise we would not get access to. So it also has a commercial benefit on the equity side of our business.
So let's take a step back and discuss the industry as a whole for a minute. How do you see the drive to move to a more environmentally balanced effort impacting the future of events? And let's take two cuts at this question. First, let's look at the impact on the composition and size of show floors. Alan, what do you see on that front?
Well, I think in the short term, we're obviously somewhat impacted by COVID-19, and that's having a significant disruptive effect on any plans that we might have. But I think in the long term, what from Javits' perspective is really important is to be able to measure and then manage the sustainability efforts, not just of the building, but also of our customers, to help them develop the programs that can make sure that they have the information to determine what sustainability plans they need to have. So we're looking now at how we can help people to measure, for instance, the amount of electricity they consume. Because right now, the model here is that we include electricity in the rent we charge for the space. Perhaps from a sustainability perspective, a better program would be to have that be a separate charge, to take it out of the rent, have it be a separate charge, so that the organizer of an event would have an incentive in reducing the amount of electricity to be consumed. I think there are ideas like that are not in place, but that are being kicked around, that will work with our customers to resolve, and again, together find ways to have less impact. Right now we charge for waste that is developed on the basis of weight. So we already have a practice that does this. If we had a practice of charging for electricity on the basis of consumption, perhaps there is a real incentive in there for our customers, which they can potentially pass on to their customers. So there's a way we can all engage in this, and I think it's going to be an expectation for us when we do reopen.
Great. Stephen, what are your thoughts on this subject?
Look, I think our industry, like all industries, is going to face increasing scrutiny, and I think this is an area where scrutiny will be good. And Alan is absolutely right. A lot of that's got to do with transparency of pricing and cost, energy consumption, but also energy sourcing. We made a decision as a company in our offices everywhere in the world to move to green energy suppliers only as a means of contributing to our own carbon neutrality ambitions. As it relates to the exhibitions where we're working with venue partners like Javits and others, and I think this will probably be a sort of foster child of COVID-19 when it's over, I think there will be a shift on density. I think there will be a greater demand for pre-event screening, greater levels of digital pre-registration, more efficiency on meeting schedules and both the efficacy of the meeting schedules, but also the quantity. I think the business will migrate more towards quality and buyer qualification and lead qualification than it will just absolute volumes. It was a great event. We had 100,000 people. How many times have we all either heard that or said it? It's not going to disappear as a metric, but it's going to become a less important metric. Carrie's already talked about materials and waste management more broadly. I think that's going to become, to go back to my true cost point, I think that will become an important part of the mix. And then you get into the question, which is very real to all of us right now. In fact, I think the last trip I did was when I saw Alan. So it was when I was in North America and the East Coast in January. Now I've got withdrawal symptoms because I can't go anywhere near an airplane. But when it comes back, I think there will be a reassessment about what journeys are necessary, what are discriminatory, and what are critical. And that will be an opportunity, I think, for the larger and more powerful event brands really to step up to the plate and be clear about the value that they're adding and indeed the environmental benefit that they're creating by reducing the need to have multiple of other bilateral individual travel moments because there's an inherent efficiency in the event product.
Great. And Carrie, how do you at Freeman view this impact on the size and composition of show floors?
I agree with what has been said, and frankly, if you step back and to say what is going to preserve the sustainability of events, it's that they're relevant to the marketers who attend as well as to the attendees, and that really focuses on making sure that the right people are attending, not that the maximum number of people are attending. And so we are pleased with the progress that we're making just through this COVID crisis of, as we're all going to be resizing and looking at events differently, and the financial metrics around how events generate value for the various constituents, all of that is going to have to be considered just by virtue of exactly what Stephen said. I think people are going to be more discriminate about what trips they choose to take, and companies are going to be considering what investments they want to make in order to market their product, et cetera. So our belief is that this is actually going to make events stronger. It's going to put more pressure on event organizers to ensure that they are providing value to the constituents that are involved. Digital is certainly going to expand the reach, but the live event is going to expand the depth. And that when those people are gathering, and Stephen had touched on it, it is a more efficient use of people's time when you have dozens or hundreds of people making hundreds of connections in a short amount of time, as opposed to making individual trips. So, albeit painful, and I think still a lot of reckoning to be done as it relates to all the different financial metrics that we're all going to need to adjust to and work together. I do think it's going to lead to a more healthy place for the events industry overall.
Do you see a changing role between large and perhaps international events and more regional events, or how do you all feel about is there going to be a move? That people can argue it either way, that there are going to be bigger events and the industry is going to come together in a more concentrated way, or that there may be a proliferation of smaller, more regional events. Any of you like to comment on that?
I don't know that there's one answer to that question. I think in the case of New York, because we have such a large demographic, then for us a local audience is not as big an issue as it might be in other locations. We can attract a very large and qualified audience within the tri-state area. So I think that for us, that is potentially a benefit. It certainly, I think with the addition of something like this virtual studio, can allow companies to think more about reaching an audience that they wouldn't expect to reach under normal circumstances. They would be able to get to an international audience in particular who perhaps wouldn't attend in as much, in as big a number as they will for a virtual event. And I also think that we have been very lucky. We have a very large outdoor space that's being built as part of our expansion. That space can accommodate right now about 1,500 people. That, I think, is going to be a bigger factor for many events. They're going to be looking to continue to have their social activities, but they need to have them in a way that's socially acceptable. And it will be a while, I think, before all of our customers get comfortable with being close to each other with or without a mask.
Great. And Stephen, do you see this? It's kind of dependent upon the individual industry and the demographics within each different industry sector that you serve?
Look, I'm a little bit with Alan. I think it certainly won't be a single answer, and right now I think it's very challenging in the eye of the COVID storm to really see how this is going to settle on the other side. I mean, I don't know what Carrie's view is, but we at the moment are effectively doing no major physical events anywhere in the world, apart from mainland China, where actually, we got a big show running in mainland China this week. Furniture China, we've got nearly 200,000 pre-registrations. So, wow. I think there will be a different return path for different sectors. I think there'll be a different return path for different geographies, for different cultures, for different communities. But I think one of the things that's going to be constant to all of them is Alan's point, that the way in which the show needs to work and the demands that people are going to put on the show are going to be different. We are literally running, like you are today, hundreds of these virtual events, and we're learning every day about what do people look for in a virtual event, in search, in discovery, in discoverability, in curation. And I think a bit like the going to work question, is everyone going to work from home forever, or is everyone going to return to a physical office? And I think the answer is no, there's going to be a hybrid. Are we going to never have any large gathering events again? No, we'll have many of those. But will there be learnings from the virtual events that will create hybrid products? Yes, there will.
Great. Carrie, do you have anything you want to add to this point?
The only addition I would make is if there is event consolidation, I think there were likely some events that were challenged before COVID, whether or not they were due to competition or relevance or et cetera, and there might be an opportunity for some of those events to consolidate. And so we think that we'll see a little bit of that as well. But other than that, we completely agree. We think that there'll be more small and regional events, but we also think that the large events will be back. It's just going to be a matter of when and where. And, ultimately, I think from, again, a sustainability perspective, I think this is causing all of us to really consider our business and the value that we're bringing to our audiences and our clients, regardless of who those clients are, and ensuring that we're really delivering value and making the changes that we need to make in order to deliver value.
Great. Well, now I'd like to shift to a bigger picture question. And I think one of the things that we need to be mindful of as we move the events industry forward is the public perception of the events industry. According to a recent A.T. Kearney survey, nearly half of the consumers interviewed said that COVID has made them more concerned about the environment. And perhaps this can be a good thing. Perhaps it can serve as a catalyst to accelerate climate action. But I think there's little doubt that our attendee and exhibitor audiences will increasingly be environmentally aware and conscious. And I think you've all noted that this is already happening. And to the uninformed, it could seem harmful or irresponsible for an attendee to hop on a plane or drive a considerable distance to spend a few hours on a show floor or participate in a conference. And yet, as we've also talked about, there's tremendous efficiency, both from a time standpoint and an environmental perspective, in bringing an industry together to conduct its business. And I think there's some really important work being done on this front, and I'm wondering if any of you would like to comment on this. And I guess a bigger question is, how can we as an industry effectively educate our public-facing audiences about the role, the vital role that events play? Carrie, would you like to go first?
Sure. I think what we have certainly realized through this pandemic is just the value of the live event industry is not recognized by certainly here in the United States, in Washington, D.C., or et cetera. And so as we think about the work that we've been doing with Go Live Together, it's really been to highlight the importance of the live events industry to economies, but also to various businesses, and been putting stories up there about small businesses that were able to incubate and then had a catalyst at an event to grow. And so I think certainly because of the economic impact, the good news is there is more realization of the value of the events and meetings industry overall to economies that I think is going to self-perpetuate. But I think it goes back to that comment that I made before, that if an event is not driving value for the constituents that are participating, if it isn't really the catalyst for building businesses or exchanging ideas or delivering education, then maybe the argument is right. Why are you getting on an airplane to do that? So, it continues to go back to this notion of ensuring that we are delivering events that are providing value and attracting the right audiences, and then also continuing to tell the story of what happens at these events and why they're so important to the economy, and why they're so important to small businesses that are trying to find new markets.
Great. Stephen, would you like to add your perspective on this issue?
Well, I think you're absolutely right to raise the question, Britton. I think these circumstances, I can't think of another shared global circumstance. Certainly in my lifetime, there have been specific geographical circumstances which have been either tragic or terrible that have echoed around the world, but a shared circumstance where nearly 70%, 75% of the world's population is in some form of lockdown, it's quite an extraordinary situation. I think it's very difficult, interesting, but difficult to project exactly what is the behavioral consequence of that on the other side. I take the view, and I don't want to be a metaphorical climate change denier, but I take the view that we're human beings, and that I'm enjoying this discussion and learning, and it's great to see you again and Alan again, and it's great to meet Carrie. But in my experience, digital sustains relationships, but it doesn't create them. You need physical interaction. We're human beings. We've been traveling for millennia, and exploration and discovery and face-to-face, that's an eternal human truth. I don't see that going away anywhere soon. We want physical connection. And in business, it makes an enormous difference. I think there will be an absolute need for the industry to make sure it doesn't shoot itself in the foot on the basic things: waste, recycling, single-use products. We're just going to get to a point whereby, it's going to be a bit like smoking in a restaurant. People are just going to say, well, why are you doing that? So I think there's a basic level of responsibility which the industry needs to see, plan for. I think as it relates to dealing with the venues, it would be helpful if we could all agree a standard set of terms. Here's an ask that we all could sign up to, and I think that would make everybody's life easier and would be more rewarding for our customers and for our communities. But I do think, to go back to your attendance question and allied it with this question, I do think there will be a greater focus around what I would call the primary audience. Mm-hmm. I think the secondary and tertiary audiences that, to use your construct, used to, would jump on a plane or a taxi, I think there'll be less of that. And therefore the primary audience will come, but they'll be more demanding. And as Carrie says, that will speak to quality, to content, to curation, and that will improve the product. And ultimately, as we all know, the best products in any market are a function of demanding customers. So if our primary audience gets more demanding, the product will get better. If the product gets better, the industry will look better.
Very well said. Thank you. Alan, how about you?
Well, I'd agree with what was said. I mean, I think one of the advantages of this COVID-19 outbreak, if there is such a term I can apply to it, is that it has reinforced how important it is to have face-to-face communication. I think it's interesting, if you look at the kind of events that we have in the industry, to see fan-based events like Comic-Con, where there's a real hunger to come back to an event. But in other more traditional business-to-business events, there's much less of an appetite, partly because the corporations that send people to events are a little nervous about making them do something they may not want to do. So again, as we've talked about before, I think it varies significantly between industry. I do think that one thing we could have done better as an industry, and perhaps we should focus on this going forward, is separating the meetings, conventions, and trade show businesses from mass gatherings. I think that's been a very difficult thing to do, certainly in my experience of trying to explain what we do to my masters. The tendency is to put all of these things together, and I certainly don't want to put obstacles in the way of those who produce mass gatherings. But there is a difference. If you have a small, controlled audience at an event, you have a much better chance of maintaining the kind of protocols that we've all talked about implementing. If you have 100,000 people, that becomes much more challenging. I'd certainly be interested to see how Stephen's experience in China goes with 200,000 people in a venue. So, yeah, I think that we've all got to look at what we do. We've all got to look at transparency and how we do it. We've all got to look at maximizing the value of what we provide to our customers. And sustainability is a key part of that. I don't need to talk to my 14-year-old and my 16-year-old to understand how much this matters to them. And they are the buyers of the future. They and my grandchildren deserve something like this from our industry, and we will certainly do as much as we can to provide it.
What's next on the horizon to help the events industry improve its performance from a sustainability standpoint? Are there new partners that you see out there, new collaborations, new technologies? Stephen, would you like to address that?
Look, I think it's going to be a very exciting period once we start beginning to see the current circumstance get more under control in different parts of the world. I think it's been a learning lesson for us all. It's not one we would have wished for, but it's been a learning lesson for us all. We've learned new protocols. And I think we have found some new partners, particularly, I mean, we have two types of event businesses, to the point that Alan made earlier. I mean, we are, I think, one of the largest trade show and exhibition organizers, but we're also, I think, the largest, conference and content small gathering organizer as well. And so we have been working with a lot of partners on new hosting capabilities, curation, data capture, search and discoverability, analytics of what people were interested in, matchmaking. So I think there are a lot of emerging partners in the digital space who will become much more integrated into the event experience as a function of what we've learned in COVID-19. So I think that definitely will be the case. I also sense, and I'm not just saying this because Alan is on the panel, my experience, and I hope the same is true of other colleagues, my experience is that this has in fact deepened the relationship between the organizers and the venue operators and the venue owners, because we have a shared challenge, and often shared challenges create deeper partnerships. Same with cities and states and countries, because all of us are going to want to bring the world back to New York or to Singapore or to London or to wherever the location is. And so I think it's going to deepen partnerships with partners in the business tourist industry, in the travel industry. I think the aviation industry will fast track the work that they were doing on cleaner flying and more efficient flying. So I think the ecosystem of the industry will accelerate a lot of innovation that might have taken longer. I'm not trying to be Panglossian about this situation. No one would have wished for it. But I think there will be good partnerships and deeper partnerships that come out of this that will make the end product better for all of our customers.
Wonderful. We're almost out of time, but Carrie, would you like to add anything to what's on the horizon?
I would echo the optimism around the changes that are happening, maybe certainly accelerated as a result of the pandemic. And in addition to the technology and the digital partners that Stephen mentioned, certainly touchless registration and different things, that different aspects of technology that are going to enable us to cut, I know as our company, cut paper way down, transportation way down, just several different things that are going to provide some opportunities. I think what is most encouraging to me, and Stephen used the term ecosystem, it is encouraging to see that the ecosystem is working together to solve this specific issue related to sustainability. And CBIG that was mentioned earlier is a great catalyst for that. The only way for us to make really considerable improvements is for there to be some level of consistency, so that show organizers know what to expect, venues know what to expect, exhibitors know what to expect, and contractors, those who provide services have a certain level of expectations. So I think we need to just continue to push the accelerator on that to make sure that we're making sustainable changes, changing the system as opposed to addressing the specific issues. And I'm encouraged that we're starting to make real progress there.
Great. And Alan, do you have a quick last word?
I would just say that I think we now have a situation where interests are aligned. Interests of the attendees, interests of the event organizers, interests of exhibitors, and interests of venues, interests of general contractors. Everyone is hearing and feeling the same thing, and they're reinforcing it to each other. So we should take this as an opportunity. This is when, as Carrie just said, we should put the accelerator down. Sustainability is here to stay. Any of us who are aware of climate change will recognize that. We have to be part of it if we're going to stay relevant in the marketplace of the future.
Well, great things will happen by working together, and I've so enjoyed working with you today. This has been a lot of fun. Carrie, thank you so much. Stephen and Alan, thank you for making the time to share your insights and wisdom on this most important subject moving forward. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vince Molinari, and welcome to the next summit, part of Climate Week New York City. Well, super thrilled today to have Alexandra Cousteau, leading global storyteller, explorer, and ocean advocate with us today. Alexandra, welcome.
Thank you, Vince. It's good to be with you today.
Well, I'm absolutely thrilled and wanted to jump right in and talk about things. You have this saying, exponential loss requires exponential solutions. And we all need to move from this mindset of conservation to regeneration. That's such a big thought. It's moving from saving what we have to really moving back to the abundance of what we had in the past. So could you share with us a bit on that?
Absolutely, Vince. You know, my grandfather started exploring the oceans in the 1950s. And at that time, the oceans were still a vibrant and abundant and diverse place. And those films that he filmed in the 50s and 60s showed that abundance and that biodiversity. And I think that's what people all over the world fell in love with and felt awe and wonder for. But unfortunately, my lifetime, the past 40 years, have seen the most rapid rate of decline in our oceans in all of human history. We have lost 50% of blue natural capital. That means 50% of the whales and fish that once roamed the oceans are gone now. And as we look at a pathway into the future, we can continue to talk about conservation, which is actually an ethic that my father helped to articulate in the 1960s when we still had about 95% of the ocean. And I think at that time it was appropriate. You know, if you still have 95% of something, you can talk about conserving and sustaining it. When you've lost half of it, conserving and sustaining just feels insufficient. And it certainly isn't the message that I want to give my children or that I want to give the public. You know, if we stay on the pathway that we're on, we could really lose our oceans by 2050. That my children, who will be my age in 2050, could be the generation of my family to write the obituary for the ocean. And that's not something that I want to see, and I imagine nobody wants to see that. So what we talk about at Oceans 2050 and what we're looking at is really how do we put ourselves on a different pathway into a future that's abundant. And that requires thinking about solutions differently, bridging that ingenuity gap with innovation and new ideas and fresh approaches. And the good news is that science tells us that that is possible, that we can actually restore abundance to our oceans by 2050. So that's our aspiration.
Well, let's talk a bit about that, Alexandra. So it is this intersection of technology and nature coming together and using all the resources that we have to improve and not only save, but as you say, regenerate. Tell us some more about that.
So there's a lot of things that we can do differently. So an example of that would be global fisheries. You know, how do we take technology, AI, blockchain, and other new and emerging technologies that are so exciting and apply them to the problem of overfishing? You know, there's 3 times as many boats in the ocean fishing as the oceans can support, and a lot of them are, you know, illegal, unregulated, and unreported. So how do we implement new technologies and engage all the different stakeholders around traceable, transparent seafood supply chains that can lock out the pirates and reward legal fishermen that are doing it right? I think we also have satellite technology that was developed by Oceana and SkyTruth and Google that can actually track the world's fishing boats around the ocean and identify through AI which ones are fishing illegally and which ones are fishing legally. And that allows countries to go intercept, again, the ones that are not doing the right thing. So technology is extremely exciting. And I think when we look at how do we mitigate climate change, how do we restore abundance to our oceans, How do we protect coastal communities and create jobs and empower women? One of the most powerful opportunities that we have is actually seaweed. I mean, who would have thought that seaweed could be such a powerful tool for reformation and transformation in our oceans? But, you know, kelp farming, ocean farming, these are things that can have a powerful regenerative impact on our oceans if we're able to do them at scale. And I think we're seeing the beginning of a movement in that direction. In Asia, of course, they've been growing seaweed for thousands of years, but the innovation is actually happening around the North Atlantic region. And we want to see the scaling up of seaweed and kelp farming in the North Atlantic, but doing it in a way that contributes to a restorative and regenerative blue economy. One of the things I hear a lot of ministers say is, you know, the blue economy will be all about sustainable exploitation. And to be honest, I don't even know what that means, but it sounds like doing the same mistakes in the ocean that we've done on land. And we don't want to do that. We want a regenerative blue economy. And I think kelp and seaweed farming can be the backbone of that if we're able to scale it and do it in a way that is restorative to the oceans, but also gives us the industrial feedstocks that we're looking for.
So tell us more about sea kelp, the giant sea kelp. I know as you have a strong desire to move our planet, our oceans from a world of scarcity to one of surplus, this seems to be one of your biggest solutions that you're so excited about.
You know, we often talk about forests on land, but there's actually forests in the oceans as well. And we see ocean afforestation as a great opportunity to mitigate climate change and also have a really positive impact on ocean acidification, deoxygenation, local livelihoods connected to the oceans. You know, ocean farming is a great alternative for fisheries that have been declining because of overfishing. This can be a livelihood for fishermen, but it can also create habitat for fish to come back and repopulate an area. The interesting thing there is that, you know, rebuilding marine biodiversity can actually have an incredible return. You know, the science shows us that we can regenerate our oceans, but also we've learned that it's economically feasible. There was a Nature article that came out a couple months ago that was authored by Carlos Duarte, who's our chief ocean advisor for Oceans 2050, that shows that rebuilding marine biodiversity in the oceans can have a $10 return for about every dollar spent. And what we need to do now is how do we generate investment for our oceans in a way that is restorative to our oceans and can rebuild the lost abundance that can then give us a good return on investment. These things all go together. You know, we're not going to be able to have healthy, happy, prosperous communities on a dead planet. So as we see, you know, that increasingly we're on the wrong path and we're, you know, watching our diversity of plants and animals start to decline, our oceans are declining, our forests are declining, climate change is increasing it's in its intensity. How do we rebuild the resilience and the abundance in nature that can give us what we need to have a really good life and for our children to have a really good life and for us to have a strong economy in the meantime?
Well, and Alexandra, I think you tied it all together there beautifully. When we look at full systematic change or systems change, you're really incorporating that education, awareness, visibility, your storytelling to actionable solutions that tie in the economics. And we're big believers that sustainability has to be driven by some level of economics, participation of private sector, so that we have this true systems change. And you tied to that, you have this saying that just resonates so deeply. You have this wonderful ability, and I think maybe it comes from all of your legacy and your storytelling and filmmaking, to bring something very deep and profound to very simple words that are so intense and thoughtful. You talk about moving consumers to be contributors. And when you just pause for a moment to think about that, you're really switching the mindset. And to me, that sounds so much more like the old adage when we talk about the more we put into a system, the more we're going to get out, and really connecting us all as one to be contributors to the planet. So I'd love if you can tell us some more of your thoughts behind that.
No, I was just saying, calling people consumers is really a mindset that that belongs to the last generation. You know, I'm not a walking, talking stack of dollar bills that can consume things. I want to be a contributor to a better world for myself and my children. And I want the things that I purchase to contribute to that better world. I want companies to see me as a contributor to their efforts to build a better world. And I don't just want marketing gimmicks and greenwashing. We can see right through that today. I want companies that are going to really think about their contribution, their impact. I want them to stop externalizing the environmental impacts of what they do, and show me that they are creating a net positive for the future. And where the bottom line in everything they do is, how does this contribute to a better future? And if they can answer that question for me, I will contribute to, you know, their company. I will buy their products. I will consume their goods and services. But if I feel like that's not important to them, then obviously our values aren't aligned. And I don't want to be treated as a consumer. And I think the younger generation is articulating that in all sorts of different ways. And I think that the companies that are able to satisfy that desire that people have to be part of the solution are going to thrive. And those that don't, over the course of time, will fall to the wayside. You know, there was an interesting story that really helped me understand that. And it was about 4 years ago that I was in Vermont, and we were shooting a story about a third generation dairy farmer. And he had taken his whole operation organic to try to minimize his impact on the blue-green algae problem that was plaguing Lake Champlain. And so at the end of the day that he was taking me around and showing me all these changes that he'd made, I asked him, I said, so how does all of this make you feel? And he said, I feel amazing because for the first time, I'm able to align my actions and my values, and I feel that I'm leaving a better world for my children. And I thought that was a really profound response. But I was 8 months pregnant with my son. I went back to Germany and I had my baby, and I didn't honestly think about it much more until I was hosting a documentary for Nat Geo on organic cotton. And we were in Madhya Pradesh, in a part of India that's very rural and very conservative. And there's a lot of small holding farmers that just grow cotton, but most of it is conventional. And they suffer from all sorts of problems, socially and with their health and everything. And I was interviewing a man who, against all odds, had taken his cotton operation organic. And he showed me how his family wasn't getting sick anymore and life was coming back to his land, and he put a year's worth of revenue aside and all these things. And at the end of the day, I asked him, so how do all of these changes, all this effort that you put into this make you feel? And he said the exact same thing. He said, I feel amazing because for the first time in my life, I'm able to align my values and my actions, and I'm leaving a better world for my children. And it was then that it struck me that one of the most fundamental and inarticulated needs that we have as human beings is to be able to live in alignment with the things that we believe, the things that we feel are right and just and will build a better world for ourselves and our community. And our capitalistic structure, in spite of the fact that it generates wealth and it's grown the middle class and all of that, does not give us the opportunity to live in alignment. And we're seeing the outcome of that. And so for me, you know, living in alignment is one of the things that we need to focus on as a society. And there's no greater role than our companies could play in making that a possibility for people. And I think that is when we will see truly successful companies, is when they're able to give people the opportunity to live in alignment. And that's when we will also see the restoration of an abundant planet for ourselves and our children that will create the climate resilience and the environmental resilience, the social resilience, the environmental justice that we all seek.
Well, I think you go to the core of stakeholders becoming consumers, consumers becoming stakeholders in organizations in which they believe in and they trust, who are being good stewards of our planet, of their workforce, of integrating more women into not only the C-suite but the board of directors. It's changing the paradigm. And I think you are 100% right. The organizations that adhere to these principles are going to be rewarded with loyal consumers, or now contributors. that reward the valuations of those companies, that reward cheaper access to capital to help them continue to grow. And the inverse, we're going to get to a point where the companies that aren't are going to be penalized and are going to be exposed for just being profiteering. So with that, Alexandra, thank you so much for joining today. It really is such a great contribution to the Nest and to Climate Week New York City. Congratulations on all the great work, the multi-generation, and glad that you're bringing the fourth generation of Cousteaus into the fold that will carry on the family legacy.
Thank you, Vince. Thank you so much.
It's our pleasure.
I'm Patricia Wu at the Nest Summit, part of Climate Week NYC, and I am going to be talking about this. That's right, plastic. Millions and millions of tons of plastic and what it is doing to our planet and even to our health. And I'm going to welcome two guests who are going to join me in this conversation because it is going to take each and every one of us to solve this problem. So I would like to welcome Savannah Miller, and she is part of the Better Earth Company, and they provide sustainable food packaging solutions. So important, as that's such a key part of this problem, this plastic water bottle right here. And then also James Sternlicht, who is with Oceanic Global. And Oceanic Global is an international NGO that teaches us about the ocean and provides solutions to protect it. Now, I know I could go on and on about both of you, but I'd rather hear directly from you guys. So welcome.
Excited to be here. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. So let's jump right in. I'm going to start with you, Savannah, because you work a lot with the restaurant industry. We've seen an uptick in the use of plastic given the impact of COVID, and everyone's kind of afraid of reusables. Is that fear founded? And what does this do to the overall fight against plastic? Because we've already seen such dire consequences.
There has been a lot of misinformation around reusables and sustainable products. They are safe to use, and it's important to think about that moving forward. However, there's definitely been a lot of damage that's already been done, unfortunately. There's been we had a lot of momentum around single-use plastic bans and engagement around reusables prior to the coronavirus that has been put on pause. There's also a lot of different policies that are going around grocery stores and restaurants that are stopping reusable programs. And so there's a lot of work that we will need to do. And most importantly, and unfortunately, our food service industry has really been hurt by the coronavirus. And so they are our champions. And so most importantly, we look forward to continuing to support the food service and hospitality industry so that they can also continue to be champions around sustainability.
Absolutely. A quick follow-up to that, Savannah. Because the restaurant industry, food service industry has been suffering, how have you been able to help them with the sustainable options?
Absolutely. At Better Earth, we believe that nobody should have to choose between keeping their lights on and meeting their sustainability goals. Like, that's just ridiculous. And so we recognize that sustainable products are still at this time at a slight premium to plastic and styrofoam alternatives. And that's merely because they're just younger in the marketplace than plastic and styrofoam. And so right at the beginning of the pandemic, we got together and built out a relief program. We are headquartered in Chicago and in Atlanta, Georgia. And so we worked together to develop a contactless pickup program where local restaurants could come by and get deeply subsidized compostable packaging so they could continue to meet their sustainability goals and just not worry about that while they're dealing with so many other things. So that was incredibly rewarding.
Absolutely, that's so important. So James, let me bring you into the conversation now. What have you been seeing as the impact of COVID, and how have you guys been working around that?
So yeah, when we started getting involved in the single-use plastic space, Oceanic started a few years ago,
And initially, our targets were looking at hotels, looking at restaurants, looking at all of these, opportunity spots where single-use plastic production could happen in a way that would drive scale. Consumer engagement is great, but business engagement is better, because if you teach people and they're not able to implement, it's very difficult to follow through on. And unfortunately, we have seen a lot of backslide as a result of coronavirus. Now, as people are trying to make sure that they're not contaminating each other and all that, which is obviously noble, please don't contaminate each other. The thinking has gone, and the regulations have gone to pushing towards single-use businesses are looking at tighter and tighter margins. This becomes highly problematic, because with these, with the shift to more sustainable options, unfortunately, due to the economies of scale and the cheapness of plastic, the options that are less good for our planet, the options that can harm it more, have become those options that people have leaned on. And so one of the major initiatives of Oceanic Global that we were able to work on in concert with Nexus and some help from Accenture was an initiative to take stadiums plastic free. And we were talking to Major League sports teams, including a couple teams in the NBA, and we have commitments from a number of them on reducing their single-use plastic footprint. I'm not sure if people know this, but this year's Super Bowl was the first plastic-free Super Bowl that had ever been done. And so we got to see the impact of those things, and now we've seen a retraction in people's willingness to commit to these things. What we've also seen is there's a lot of new plastic that's entering the marketplace, not just from people reverting to old methodologies of utilizing single-use plastics and single-use solutions in their restaurants. Restaurants that weren't doing that before are now doing it, and people are wearing masks. And those masks are ending up on the beaches, they're ending up in the waterways, they're ending up on the streets. And it's, something of a sorry state of affairs when we had just started to make significant progress and started in shifting this conversation. And it needs to come from, the shift needs to come from something that's cultural. And unfortunately, we have a massive bludgeon to our cultural consciousness right now when it comes to coronavirus. And it also needs to be something that's enabled. And unfortunately, right now, the economics aren't aligning with culture to lead to a more conscious and sustainable future.
So speaking of culture, James, a follow-up to that, as you mentioned, the first plastic-free Super Bowl, I did not know that. That is amazing. And as we slowly start to reopen, we can't go back to the way things were. This is going to be a new normal. Is there an opportunity in there to raise that cultural consciousness around this plastic fight?
So I really think there is. Part of it is we do have to understand that with reduced margins, with bank accounts having been drawn down, all of that people are going to want to use up the inventory that they have. So there is going to, we do have to have this period of amnesty as we go back to business. Not that people should be just tossing their trash in the street and saying that's okay, but taking we have to be compassionate in how we see things. We have to understand where people are coming from. But as orders have been canceled going to these plastic factories and whatnot, as we start to see that there's going to be a shift, we need to find solutions for things like exam gloves and masks, both of which are massively being used now and are being heavily. I hope that people were wearing gloves before when they were preparing my food at a restaurant. But we need to see solutions that are coming out from the private sector that'll help with that. The other piece of that is looking at it from the perspective of, okay, businesses have shut down, now they're reopening, they can place a new order because contracts have been canceled. Things have changed. So there's a massive opportunity here, especially as we've all slowed down with coronavirus. We're spending more time at home. We have more time on our hands because, I'm here coming in from Zoom. Javits Center isn't that far from me. You guys are 15 minutes. But, I'm coming from home. I haven't spent that time in my commute. Can I use that time to be more conscious? Can I use that time to be a little more aware of how my actions affect the planet? And can I do the right thing, given that I have time for it, and start to make that a new habit? And at the end of the day, I think we all have to remember that we all have the power to make it a better world. We all should be living in accordance with the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And if we follow those things and we have the time to be conscious, we can start to notice these actions. And if we do so, and we can take responsibility for making our little corner of the world a better place, we give everyone else permission to do the same, and we can create a new set of cultural values that really hammer this home. Every religion in the world has this universal rule of do unto others as you have them do unto you. There is no reason that when I walk out of my house in the morning that I shouldn't realize that I'm stepping into the home of everyone else. If I wouldn't want someone to leave their litter all over my ground, and I wouldn't want someone to come into my kitchen and trash it, why is it okay to do that to the world around us? The answer is it's not. We can be better. We can do better. And we've got the time now, so let's practice those habits so that they become habits before we have to go back to things as normal.
So true. So Savannah, let's get you in here. Are you seeing any opportunity as we move forward from COVID? Or, as James just gave us a call to action for us all to be more mindful, is there any call to action that you would like to talk about?
Yes, and to build off of James' point, I was thinking the exact same thing, that we do have a little bit more time on our hands. And one thing that I found so uplifting is that it's allowed us to get outside, right? We've had this moment to take a pause, get outside, and also sit a little bit with these different things, the way that we're cooking, the things that we're buying, and hopefully ask ourselves some questions. I don't know about y'all, but we did our own victory garden. We built out a compost pile in the backyard, and I've heard that from other friends. And actually, we found that there was a few communities in the Northeast, actually, near y'all, that developed their own community composting programs because during COVID, their commercial composting was shut down. And those types of things are so exciting. And so for me, when I think about a call to action, and when you think about solutions in general, there's a lot of momentum. This is merely a small blip in this huge transformation towards sustainable and reusable products. So I am not concerned at all about this momentum towards there because, frankly, at the end of the day, plastics come from non-renewable resources. So if we just think about it like that, there's an end date no matter what happens. And so we need to continue to invest just for our own resiliency and renewable and regenerative opportunities and solutions across the board. And so at Better Earth, we're very excited to be a part of that. Right now, it's compostable food service packaging, but we know, and thanks to partners like Oceanic, we're able to see what can and should be the future, such as reusable programs. And then in terms of a call to action, these are merely, when we think about packaging, that's just one element of this larger system, right? We have to design those products well. Then we also have to dispose of them properly. And so my call to action would be for folks to look into their waste management systems. What is their recycling looking like? And do they have composting infrastructure? Because unfortunately, only 8% of the plastics ever produced since 1950 have ever been recycled. 8%. And once plastic is created, it actually continues to pollute in perpetuity. We hear about microplastics, and we're actually ingesting up to a credit card's worth of microplastics every single week. And it's just, no pun intended, but it's really hard to swallow. And so when I think about direct calls to action that can really address the plastic pollution crisis and the larger climate change crisis, it is investing in things like composting infrastructure, which will support these types of circular economies that we'll want to see as we push towards into the future.
Yeah, and it seems like it's pretty urgent, given that I read that there's going to be more plastic than fish by the year 2050.
Yes.
So anything else that either of you want to add on the urgency of this call?
For me, I look at this, and unfortunately, environmentalism seems to have become a politicized subject. This should never be a political thing. This is about doing the right thing for us and for all people. That came out. That said that if implemented, current commitments by government and industry will reduce the annual amount of plastic flowing into the ocean by only 7% by 2040. That's terrifying because with the amount of plastic that's flowing into the ocean, something like, it's millions upon millions of tons, what we're going to see is that almost all fish now have plastic in them. 70-something% of fish have voluntarily eaten plastic. 92% of seabirds. Most marine life is running into plastic. And meanwhile, if you combine this with unsustainable fishing practices, 700 kilograms a second of fish are taken out of the ocean illegally, not recorded, all of that. And half of the seafood is wasted. We're not going to have any fish to eat. We're not going to have our sources of protein and fatty acids and these things that humans depend on for survival. And one of the biggest issues that I see when it comes to thinking about plastics and climate change is that these things are not, a tree hugger's dream. It's not about, lovey-dovey, everyone go love each other. This is about the survival of us and the survival of our planet. And, the planet will figure out a way to shake us if it needs to, long before we figure out how to set up a colony on Mars. Sorry, Elon. And so when I think about this, declining access to food, depleted resources, hurt health, these are the things that drive conflict. And if we want to see a peaceful world, we want to see a world in which we can all live harmoniously, we have to reduce our waste. If we can reduce our waste, that means that we're able to improve our resource utilization. What we're going to see is that people can live in abundance. Right now, the United States spends $218 billion a year on food that we produce, that's good edible food, that ends up in landfills. These numbers are staggering. If we spend that much a year on solving world hunger will be solved. So these things become critical issues in how we look at our food systems, how we look at our oceans, how we look at our environment, and the world that we want to live in, and the world that we want to leave our children and the generations to come. We have an opportunity here to avert disaster because we see it. So my call to action would be to, one, go out and learn the statistics, learn the facts, see what's going on, see what the people who are representing you are doing to help these things. Push for stronger policies. And 60% of us, according to the latest Nielsen surveys, are willing to pay more for sustainable products and things that allow us to feel good about the way we exist in the world. If we're willing to pay a little bit more, let them know that. Let them know that they can regulate to force these companies and to force the bad actors who are potentially out there. And with the caveat that I think everyone means well. It's just that some people don't know or don't place importance on these things. Help your government, help the people around you, help the companies that want to do good and don't know how. Educate yourself, share that information with them, and do it with love. Come at this from a place of compassion. No one wants to destroy the planet. There may be one or two people, but as far as I know, everyone is here because they like to live. Otherwise, why would we be here? And so from that, we can assume that everyone's going to want to do the right thing if you help them and you show them how.
Well said. All right, Savannah, I'm going to give you the last word. Do you have anything to add to that?
All of this can feel very overwhelming. James and I both just threw out some really scary facts. and because we're in this every single day and seeing these things. And so I'll be the first to say that this can feel overwhelming. But honestly, those first steps forward, that's all that it takes. Becoming aware of what's going on, making those small decisions, talking with others, just what James said. And ultimately, bringing us back to this conversation around food, because that's been a prevalent part of this conversation. Food has been a major part of this problem around plastic pollution and climate change and food waste. But frankly, food has always brought us together. Food has sparked social movements, conversations, and I believe that it will truly, as long as we bring everybody together, and personally, with food impacting all of us at least 3 times a day, something that we can all take part in, it can have an outsized impact on all of these issues that we care so deeply about. So that's how, I just ask for folks to be aware and be involved, learn more, and just begin to think about this, if at least at breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
So basically, we just need to be mindful and to remember that it takes each and every one of us. Thank you both so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
So the bottom line is, through our small daily choices, we can either be part of the problem or part of the solution.
everyone, my name is KAVITA Gupta. Welcome to NEST Summit at the background of Climate Week 2020 from Javits Center, New York City. How many of you knew that carbon footprint from the fashion industry is actually much higher than even the airline industry and maritime all connected together? So today we're going to talk about sustainability in fashion, and I have 4 incredible women with us to talk about how they are moving inch by inch more sustainability in the space. First, I have Áslaug with us. She's the founder of Katla, co-founder and former CEO of Moda Operandi, and a co-founder of TSM Capital. She has been dubbed as one of the 100 most creative people in business by Fast Company. Hey Áslaug, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Pleasure to be here.
And you are joining us from Iceland today, right?
I am. I am currently in Iceland. I've been here for the last few months.
Great. So you have been in this space for over a decade now. What has been your journey to have more sustainability and less carbon footprint in the space?
Yeah, so I've spent most of my career in the fashion industry, and including my time in Moda and founding Moda in 2010, and now the CEO and founder of Katla. Over the years, I've pondered a lot about the fact that the industry, the system we've created in this industry is really inefficient in terms of matching supply and demand. So with our seasonal merchandise and manufacturing months before sales, we really overproduced a lot of fashion and then not enough of the styles that end up selling the most. So one of my goals with Moda was to address this in a small way by allowing consumers around the world to pre-order from the runway, and then we could send the designers orders that had come from consumers already. But it really wasn't until I stepped away from the industry for a little bit and I started working on a sustainable hotel development in Iceland that I really started diving deep into sustainability. And the more I read about the fashion industry and the impact that it was having on our environment, the more I felt like I want to come back to the industry and try to contribute in a positive way to move it in the right direction. So that's where Katla came in, which is a brand that I founded earlier this year.
Oh, I checked your website. Such amazing clothes. Like, I'm already a customer there. From a very similar journey, we have another panelist with us, Marleen. Marleen is the founder of Ziel, Inc. PBC, company at the intersection of technology, manufacturing, and design, providing much needed systematic change for higher sustainability and profitability with on-demand manufacturing. Marleen, what has been your journey? Because it seems like very similar with respect to manufacturing on demand.
Yes, it's great to hear that that Áslaug and I think alike. So my background was initially in 3D printing, and I started in the Netherlands over 12 years ago now, a company called Shapeways, which is the world's largest 3D printing service now for consumers. I moved to the USA 10 years ago. I've been here since then. And, 20 years ago, when I first started living on my own, I already started buying, electricity that was sustainable, making sure that my electricity came from wind, etc. So I started already making adjustments in the way I personally live. At Shapeways, it became, more and more clear that we have to make a systemic change in this world to provide for health right now, keep our people safe. There's, I believe over 70 million climate refugees already in the world right now. We have to make a change. And when I had decided to leave my previous company, which was in on-demand manufacturing, I had struck up an interest in the apparel industry simply by being in New York and everybody talking about me being 6'2" and talking about clothing to me in elevators and the weather too, by the way. And I quickly saw that the apparel industry was, after is the second most polluting industry in this world. People that have been in it longer than me know this much, much better than I do. I saw, just like Áslaug saw, there's so much overproduction and waste from it all. And I started thinking at how can I apply, when I grow up and, I want to do something with sustainability and really make an impact. And so I decided to start this company Ziel and say, okay, what if we apply, if we change the product, the process technology, not the product technology of apparel manufacturing, then you can actually go to on-demand manufacturing. You don't have to do super complicated inventions that reduce CO2. You don't have to do, all kinds of like super duper technology things in order to make the technology itself, the manufacturing technology itself more sustainable. What if you go on demand and you take away that 40% oversupply that is there in the market? And what if you go on demand and therefore you make it locally? Then you can already drive a systemic change and improve sustainability while we're working on all those other solutions that we also need. And so this is the reason why I started Ziel, and this is why we now have a service for brands and retailers and influencers that want to have their own line of clothing with no minimum order quantities and delivery in under 10 days.
And not all of us want clothes in like 1 day or 2 day notice, right? There's no Amazon Prime for clothes all the time.
Not yet. We're working on it.
Oh, great. I'm looking forward to it. Now, from the producers, I very quickly want to move to the fashion icons, the people who are creating the brands. So Amanda Hearst is the co-founder and chief brand officer of sustainable fashion company, Maison. Amanda is also the co-founder of Wellbeings, a non-profit dedicated to animal welfare and environmental conservation. Hey Amanda, how are you doing? Thank you so much for taking time out and joining us.
Thank you for having me, and I'm so happy to be in the virtual room with such amazing women.
I know. I wish you guys would be here and we would all be dressed up for this panel with sustainable fashion clothing line.
No, I know, and I've heard so much good things about everyone here. So hopefully, for by early next year, I'm hoping to meet all of you in person and connect more about all of this. But yeah, so my story, about 12 years ago when I was starting my professional career, I knew I wanted to enter fashion. But I also knew that what interested me most about fashion was actually the stories behind the brands, who made the clothing, what was it made of, where did it come from? So I started working for Marie Claire, and I pitched the editor at the time, Mina Garcia, an idea of having a monthly column about ethical fashion. So I could tell the stories of the products, of the brands, and at that time there were not that many sustainably minded brands, but it was an interesting moment and I learned a lot. And from there I connected with my now partner, Hassan Pierre, and we came up with the idea of doing these concept boutiques where we could showcase sustainable fashion and show that it was luxurious, that it was cool, that it wasn't just this hippie, patchouli, clothing that was not chic. And the first one we did was 10 years ago, and we only had 6 brands. So it was really hard to find cool brands at the time, but nonetheless, we did it, and we had some success. And so we kept doing the pop-ups, and more brands would join us. And then we eventually launched the online platform, and that's where we are today. So we have an online boutique where we have over 70 brands, which is amazing, to have that luxury to be able to now select and see so many amazing ready-to-wear and accessories and home and all of that are working in the space in such an authentic way. So that's where I am.
This is very fascinating. You started writing about it like a decade back, and you started showcasing artists, providing them a platform a decade back. I don't think even I knew that there was an issue 10 years back in this space.
Yeah, no, and I think that I definitely didn't know the scope of the issues, and certainly the brands didn't even either. Even now, it's so complicated, the supply chains and understanding what the issues are and how to solve them. But yeah, for sure, at that time, it was definitely not in the mainstream. So it's just been so exciting to see that in the span of about 10 years, how far sustainable fashion has come, and that now it's at like everyone I feel like is talking about it now. Every top brand, every top editor, designer, person in the fashion space. So it's really been exciting for me to see that.
Wow, what an excellent journey. Now I want to bring in Steph Stephenson. She's actually my personal fashion icon, a dear friend, and she's the first one who actually introduced me the whole concept of sustainability. She's a co-chair of the Codes Foundation, working to advance the foundation's ethical fashion and sustainable supply chain initiatives. Steph is also the brand marketing director at Eco Fashion Corp, a greenhouse of brands at the intersection of transparency, technology, sustainability, and innovation. Hey Steph, so good to see you here, and thank you so much for taking time out.
Hello. Yes, awesome to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
So Steph, you were one of the first one whom I remember talking to around 5 years back and getting the whole download of how sustainability in fashion is such an urgent need. I couldn't believe the numbers. I had to go and Google at that time. So now tell us, how did your personal journey start in it?
Yeah. So from a young age, I always knew that I wanted to be involved in the fashion industry. I had always loved magazines and different brands, and had my internships at different magazines and fashion houses in college, and then started my first job at Condé Nast, working for one of their publications. And alongside this, my parents had started a family foundation when my dad sold his financial services company. So they were always focused on social impact and sustainability. And I was starting to become more and more intrigued in what they were working on. Though at the time, I didn't really see how there was overlap with fashion. I felt like there was social impact and philanthropy, and then fashion over here, and didn't really see where they intersected. And around that time, I started reading book Overdressed, The High Cost of Cheap Fashion by Elizabeth Klein, and just was learning about all the negative side of this industry that I've grown to love so much. So, and kind of figuring out how I could be a part of the positive change in the industry, and knowing that my parents had this foundation that focused on issues that affected women and girls, and learning, that there's around 40 billion garment workers worldwide in the industry, 85% of which are women, which are facts that I learned from the movie True Cost. I wanted to figure out how could we use our family's philanthropy and our investment portfolio towards investing in fashion companies that were ethical and sustainable and treating their workers fair. So that was kind of my journey into sustainability, which kind of led me to meeting a bunch of different brands and being really inspired by all the people and brands I was meeting and the different innovations, and led me to meet Marcin Veroff, who started the company that I now work for, Eco Fashion Corp. So it's kind of been a full circle journey to going back, working at a brand, and but in the sustainable side of it.
No, very fascinating. Thank
the cost for an individual consumer, I completely agree with pretty much everything that Marleen said. I mean, on-demand manufacturing, I think, is one of the big solutions in the industry, one of the most important solutions, and not addressed enough. And that paired with direct-to-consumer sales model really can help give brands enough flexibility in pricing. If you're looking at a dress of $9.99, you're going to see, there's probably a lot in the supply chain that is bad. And a dress shouldn't cost $9.99. It shouldn't cost the same as a sandwich in a deli in New York. I do think reusing fashion is an important aspect to this. It's one of the things that we've tried to, with Katla's business model, to really think about building it in a holistically sustainable way. So one of the things that we offer to our customers is when they stop using their item, please don't throw them away. Send them back to us. We'll pay for the shipping, and we will resell it if it's in good enough condition, or otherwise recycle it. So yes, that certainly can be an option for people who really don't want to buy the $100 dress. But I think it is very important that consumers really, the consumer mindset needs to change. And we really need to start focusing on fewer and better.
Amanda, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that what both of you said is that the fashion industry isn't working right now. The model is not working, and so things need to change. And on our site, we actually do have brands and products that are under $100, and then we also have products that are thousands of dollars. So we aren't so constricted by the prices that our consumers are offered. But I do think, as Áslaug said, it's like the mindset that when you're shopping, you have to shop less and you have to shop better. And so it's informing consumers on how to do that. Because also buying like a $1 t-shirt might seem like a great idea short term, but that t-shirt probably won't last very long. You're probably going to have to buy more of them. So it's not a sustainable shopping approach either. It's much better to buy one t-shirt that is better quality, that will last you longer. So again, I think it's that idea of the opposite of fast fashion, shopping in a more thoughtful, conscious approach where what you buy is something that you think you're going to have for a very long time.
Yeah, I think it's the last 30 to 40 years of how consumerism versus thoughtfulness is what the debate about. And Steph, at this point, I would love to bring you in because you have an investor's perspective, you have a designer perspective, and now with eco-fashion, you are like going deeper into it with respect to brand and technology. If I pull out the investor's hat and say, it's very easy to make a case on an Excel sheet, say, hey, we're going to produce a lot, it's going to be cheaper, more people are going to buy, the traditional asset class case, versus this is going to be $150, the similar type of cotton dress, but yes, it's going to last you long, it's going to be like come back as some sort of a different reusable fashion. How as an investor do you justify that given the delta of profit there?
Yeah, so it's interesting, like looking at it both as an investor and then at our business model at Eco Fashion Corp, because I think it's attractive to investors because the beauty of our model is that it's from farm to finished product. So while a garment can change hands 7 to 10 times with middlemen and markup costs, our supply chain was built from the ground up, which allows us to be competitive in price. So it's all about verticality and efficiency, which is something that us as investors look at when we're doing diligence, seeing how many middlemen have to be paid in order for the garment to become a finished product. So at Eco Fashion Corp, we don't depend on yarn brokers or gin brokers or a lot of the middlemen, which add up to the markup costs. And so I think that's an attractive thing as an investor, to see how vertically integrated brands can be, because it also brings the price down for the end consumer, make it affordable.
Yeah, that makes sense. How big do you think is the investor community, though, in this space? Has it been growing every day?
Growing, definitely. I think when we first decided that we were going to have a focus on sustainable fashion back in end of 2014, there weren't that many other people out there. And over the years, I feel like we've just been connected to a lot more people, a lot of families who have like factories or backgrounds. They had a sustainable fashion or fashion business, and the next generation has been really interested in investing in sustainable brands and different types of like new sustainability aspects or innovations in fashion. And more brands are coming out with like funds that are investing in sustainable fashion companies. So you're seeing it slowly grow over time, which has been exciting.
No, I think it's, I also find that now I can't skip a single fashion blog or like a magazine without reading about sustainability all over. I have a last question for all of you. All of you have spent pretty much all your working life into this space, and more as you're seeing and you're moving the needle. If there is like one idea or one technology or one initiative which you say still needs a massive support for the masses, and that's what needs to change, what would that be for each of you? Áslaug, shall we start with you?
Yeah, in my mind, I think the most important aspect in terms of making sustainable fashion more mainstream and a bigger part of everything that is purchased isn't actually a technology. It's, you know, consumers really want things to be easy, and they don't want to compromise. And so the more and more, even though people more and more want to make the right decision and to think more about sustainable fashion, in the end, most of them are going to buy the cutest dress or the cutest top. That's going to make them look good. So I think the way that we can really impact the industry in the biggest way is to make it easy for consumers to make a good choice by providing them attractive product at a price point that works for them, that is at the same time sustainable. And if you look at examples from other industries, I think Tesla is a very good example from the automotive industry, where Elon Musk focused on not just making an electric car, but making a car that looked good, that was fast, that was the safest car. So people making a decision to buy a Tesla weren't compromising. It happened to also be electric, but now Tesla is by far the most valuable car company in the world. So I think this is really what the industry needs to focus on, is make it easy for the consumer to make that choice.
True, game changing, give them an alternative in the price point by using technology. Agree. Marleen, what do you think?
I can just say amen to that. So I fully agree with Áslaug. Yeah, I think it's up to us to, you know, this is personally why I started my business, is to change the process technology and supply chain around the system of, you know, and create systemic change in the apparel industry on the vendor manufacturing side, so the consumer can just more easily make a choice that fits with them and is the right choice. And so I can only say amen to what Áslaug just said.
Great. Amanda, last words?
Yeah, no, I agree that we have to make it easier for consumers to shop responsibly. And then also from an industry perspective, for me personally, I think that cruelty-free fashion is kind of like the next frontier in sustainability for me, and something I'd love to see a lot more focus on, because I think first and foremost, the cattle industry, aka leather, is horrible for the environment. It accounts for 80% of the deforestation in the Amazons. And I think that a lot of the textile innovation that's taking place is a solution to that. So not only is cruelty-free fashion less harmful for animals and the environment, but it also represents the future of fashion from an innovation standpoint. So for me, that's what I'd like to see more focus on.
Oh, full strength to that, because the dress which I'm wearing is completely made from 100% recyclable stuff, but with the feeling that I'm wearing a leather. So as a customer, it gave me the feeling that I'm getting the style that I want and my price point, but completely cruelty-free. So, Steph, to you, the last word for the panel.
Yeah, I think it's also realizing the human side of fashion and how the garment workers are treated behind in the factories. And especially right now, there were so many orders, big orders that were canceled due to COVID, and brands canceled their orders and then didn't end up paying the workers, but the workers had already produced the garments. So just one initiative that has come up during this time is the Pay Up campaign by Remake, and they've really been urging the brands to pay for the orders that they placed. They've unlocked now over like $1 billion in unpaid orders, and they really focus on the human side of fashion, which I think the stories of the workers aren't always told as much. Like Amanda and I went to Mexico with Remake and got to go behind the scenes and talk to the workers. And when you hear their stories and just hear everything kind of that they've been through and how they're literally making the products that we wear, and they can't even pay themselves enough to barely feed their family. I think that really makes an impact. So realizing more the human side of it as well, along with the technology and the environment and animals. There's all different components that I feel like need to have more time.
Thank you. Very, very educational. Like Pay Up, I learned about technology, I learned about smart supply chain, I learned about cruelty-free, which is going to be the thing after 5 years. I'm sure everybody's doing panel about it now. So this has been very, very educational. Thank you so much for taking time out. And I really hope everybody who's going to watch it would be thinking about every time they go out shopping, what are they shopping and what's the story behind it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hello, my name is KAVITA Gupta. Welcome to NEST Summit for Climate Week 2020 from Javits Center. Today we have Alexandra Villaseñor. Did I get it right, Alexandra?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I mean, Alexandra is a 15-year-old climate activist, organizer, and founder of Earth Uprising. And just for anyone who is thinking this is a socially distanced conversation, more than 6 feet as per New York standard. So, Alexandra, you started the whole journey of climate activism because of the fires in 2018 in Davis, right, in California. And unfortunately, the history repeated itself this year, and you were again trapped in Davis and fires till yesterday or day before. Please walk us through what's been happening, and I'm so sorry to hear that you haven't been feeling well.
Yeah, so first of all, for a little bit of background, the reason I got involved in climate activism in the first place is because of California's wildfires. So I am originally born and raised in Northern California, but at the time in 2018, I was living in New York City with my mom while she pursued her master's degree. And so I would go back and forth quite a bit to California and New York. And so one time during Thanksgiving, I ended up going and visiting family back in Northern California. And during that time, the Paradise Fire happened, and Paradise quickly became one of the worst wildfires in California's history. But it may be topped because of what's happening in recent weeks. And so what happened to Paradise was, of course, very devastating. And my hometown was very close to that, and we ended up receiving a lot of the smoke from that wildfire.
And your hometown is?
Davis, California.
Yeah.
And so I have asthma, and it was making me really sick. The smoke was seeping into my home. I had to roll up towels, put them under windows and doors to keep the smoke from coming in. And so my family decided to send me back to New York City early from that trip for my health and safety. And that was one of the main motivators that made me start seeing climate change and started researching about it. And so what's really upsetting is that these events are happening again, and they will continue to happen in California. So California has had wildfires the past 3 or so weeks, and I was there when they first started. The LNU complex fire is the one that I was very close to. And so just as we thought it was getting better, we ended up having another fire that started that is now at 150,000 acres, and it's 0% contained. Oh, wow. And so I was very grateful and privileged to be able to come back to New York City early from that. And I got here just a couple of days ago. And so I'm, of course, very worried because a lot of my family is still in California. And my friends are still there. And now the whole entire West Coast is on fire right now. And so I think that that is one of the main reasons why we must strive for climate action, because that is just going to happen more and more. And that is, of course, something we must prevent.
And this has become like an annual thing because of this climate change. I mean, this is a proof that, like, you know, it is happening, it's touching us and impacting day-to-day lives. And not everyone is fortunate enough to, like, leave their houses and move around. Yeah, I completely agree. But let's take a little bit step back. I mean, you started missing classes once a day, once a week. You will miss school and you will go outside UN and you would protest. How did that journey start?
Yeah, so after I saw the effects of the wildfire in California and I started researching, I knew that I had to do something. And so I started to pay attention to Greta Thunberg and her actions. And I saw her speak at COP24. And that was one of the epiphany moments, as you would call it. And I decided that I had to do something. And so I took all of the climate anxiety and eco-grief that I was feeling, and I turned it into action by going and striking in front of the United Nations. I started on December 14th of 2018, and I striked every Friday all the way up until the beginning of the pandemic in March. Wow. And so it was great to see the movement has grown, and we're now going to change in this pandemic, of course.
It's such a bold move. Like when we think of students, we think of only like schools and SATs, parties and friends. What was the support system like from your parents, from your friends, school union, teachers, etc.?
Well, when I first brought the idea to my parents, and I told them that I'm going to go on strike on Friday, and the first couple of minutes we kind of just laughed because the idea was so foreign. I had never been involved in activism before that. That was my first form of activism, was that strike. And so the idea of protesting was just so new to me. And so after I talked with my parents about it, they were very supportive, of course, because they saw how important this was to me to do something. Because when you take action and you strike, it really helps a lot with everything you're feeling around the climate crisis. And so my friends as well, at first when I started striking, they didn't really understand why it was important. And so it was really up to me to educate them on why I was doing this. And so after a while, after a couple of strikes, they ended up understanding, and some of them have even gotten involved in activism in their own ways.
Did any one of them join you on those Fridays?
Some of my friends in New York City did. Some of my friends in California actually ended up joining my organization, Earth Uprising, in city groups.
Wow. How many city groups are there for Earth Uprising now?
We have groups all across the country. There are city coordinators. We also have ambassadors in all around the world, so in over 30 countries.
This is like an amazing grassroots movement. And it's all climate associated. And what do they do? Do they talk to corporates, lawmakers? Like, what do they want to achieve and how?
So the main mission of Earth Uprising is education. So after organizing Global Climate Strike Days, all the way from March to September, I saw just how important it was to get young people out protesting. And I even realized that a lot of young people weren't striking or taking action because they didn't understand why it was important. So Earth Uprising was founded on the principle of educating young people peer-to-peer, through that mobilizing for direct action. So in our city groups here in the United States, what we're doing is we are having school clubs, school programs where young people educate each other about the climate crisis. Because I've noticed that when young people talk to another young person, it gets them so much more motivated and passionate to get involved.
And you recently did a project with GAP, if I'm not wrong, and Be the Leader. But instead of just endorsing, you actually went through a whole diligence process and finding your comfort zone before you actually endorse them. That's super impressive. And kudos to GAP, kudos to you. Tell us more about it.
Yes, so the GAP campaign, I was very grateful to be a part of that. But of course, when working with any brand, it's important to look at their practices. One thing that I've took a focus to a lot during these past couple of months is if we're always pushing for systematic change, we must also push that from corporations and brands. And so GAP came to me, and I also was very inquisitive with sustainability around all sorts of brands. And I started to see that they were starting to take a step forward. And so I got behind that, and I really wanted to push the sustainability that they were doing, make them go a step farther. And so I think that as activists, if we're pushing brands to do something, we need to push them to be sustainable, and then show that as a format to other brands that they need to start doing the same.
Wow. How long did the process take, and like, what does it entail? Like, are they going to make any changes, any substantial things?
Yes, so with GAP, it took a couple of months talking with them about what they were doing, and so after really pushing them on their sustainability, they ended up changing their practices, and they have this line where they have sweatshirts and clothes made from recycled water bottles. And so what I think is really important is that they are participating in the circular economy.
Wow. And do you see yourself working with more brands, or do you see like creating some sort of standards for people to go with?
I definitely see myself working with more brands. I want to make sure that what GAP did happens with other brands, because right now a lot of our greenhouse gas emissions come from companies all around the world, and so they need to start changing their practices. And especially one thing I found is that brands and corporations, they are much more likely to move the needle than governments, because they actually have the people pushing them. And I was at the World Economic Forum in Davos this past year, and that's something that I really noticed, is that they were committing to reducing their emissions and making changes because actual young people were pushing them to do that.
Mm. And you just touched base upon how lawmakers work. You were recently there for DNC, you spoke at DNC. What was the experience? How did it come about? It was a very inspiring speech, by the way, anyone who hasn't seen it.
We were visiting family nearly 100 miles away, but my asthma flared badly. I could hardly breathe. I'm Alexandra Villaseñor, and I've been organizing young people around climate change since 2018. Climate change is impacting us now, and it's robbing my generation of a future. For young people my age, every aspect of our lives, from where we go to school, to what kind of careers we'll have, to whether or not we can raise a family.
Thank you. I was able to speak during the Democratic National Convention, and I thought that it was very important that they focus on climate change, because climate change is the #1 voter issue for young people. And so it's very important that we have a candidate that's actually believes in the science, first of all. And so I was just happy to be able to be there and share the message with so many other people, and I received great feedback. I saw more young people actually get involved with Earth Uprising and other organizations after they saw climate change on this national platform.
So if, let's imagine the next government is completely open for working with you on climate change, what would be your top 3 policy suggestions for them?
Who exactly?
The government, like US government, let's say whomsoever get elected next is ready to go forward and make all the changes you ask them to.
Yes, so I think that that is very important. I've actually been working with the Biden campaign on the climate plan that they have. And so I think the first thing that's very important is the United States transitions to renewable energy 100% by 2035. And so that's a very tight deadline, but it needs to happen. And as well, I think that focusing on equitable solutions, we are already seeing the effects of the climate crisis, for example, in California. And so we need to focus on helping communities that are the most vulnerable. And so we can't have a president who is not aiding millions of people affected by climate change like in California. We need somebody who will step up and actually take actions to protect those affected.
True. Let's take a step back from politics. Let's go to the corporates. I think that's a very interesting topic nowadays. I think what I really found very fascinating when you talked about how, like, I was there when you were speaking at World Economic Forum for Salesforce and like other initiatives. When you see corporates really trying to do sustainability, right? Are there areas which you still think, like 1 or 2 areas where most of these corporates can really push and can have a huge impact on the world altogether and not just US?
I definitely think that a lot of these corporations have such a large reach, and I think that they need to start educating their consumers about climate change, because they are able to reach so many people about what's happening to our planet that they have a commitment to telling all these people about what's happening to our planet. And so I recently was able to talk with IKEA as well, and I told them that they have to start educating people around them about what's happening because they have that platform. And then also look at their practices, change their practices to become more sustainable. And that's my message to all corporations, as well as incorporating youth voices. I think that that's especially important because intergenerational dialogue is especially important in this very moment.
Wow. So I have a fun question for you. You know how all universities' endowment are not really going 100% green from their investments. So when you would be going to university, would that be your diligence process for them?
I think wherever I go to university, I will make sure that they are not invested in fossil fuels, that they divest. And especially if I do end up going to a place, I will consistently push them from the inside. I think that divesting is very important. And so I've seen a lot of these young people at colleges who are actually inside the system, inside the school system, and they, for example, there's a group that ended up crashing one of the big football games at their university, and they were demanding that their university divest. And so I think that that is a great way to push universities from the inside. So divesting is very important to my generation when we're looking at colleges.
No, absolutely. And even like games, slowly and slowly, big and big football stadiums are coming and saying we are going plastic free.
Yeah.
Right? Because the young generation expect that. So I feel something which you said is absolutely right on the chord, that consumers can demand and then the corporates would deliver. So are you doing a lot of these programs under your under the organization Earth Uprising to basically teach these young activists or people who are just interested in it to know what is the power of their voices?
Definitely. I think that it's very important to teach young people about activism. And so that's going to be a part of the curriculum that we have in schools, is teaching young people historical movements and what brought change, but especially teaching them right now what they can do to be an activist and make their voices heard. Giving them an intro to the youth climate movement, finding the spaces that they feel like their voices are going to be heard the most. So I think that when young people are taught about activism and are just given more of a guide through it, it helps them so much more. When I first got involved in activism, I didn't really have an idea of what I was doing. I had a lot of learning to do. I learned as I went, and so the mentors that I found meant so much to me. And so I think that with this curriculum, what we're trying to do is make it so much easier for young people to get involved so they don't struggle as much, and making their voices heard is more accessible.
Wow. So going back, when you just started protesting, I want to come back to your parents a little later, but first, were there times when things were really difficult or people were not supportive and you just had to, you know, persist and get through? Like, are there stories which when you look back, you're like, oh, whatever?
I think that there have definitely been a couple of people that I've had to really push. You know, the main thing that I found that has been difficult was working with climate deniers and making sure the message is more prominent.
You found them outside UN, climate deniers?
More through social media. I actually found a lot of climate deniers, and so, you know, the United States is the place that has the most climate deniers in the world.
Really?
Everywhere else actually believes in the science. And so I think it's very important to teach climate change, but also find a way to communicate to climate deniers. And so I've definitely been attacked by trolls and by climate deniers through social media. One time I was put on Breitbart when I first started activism, and I ended up getting death threats in the comment section of the article. And so
And this is Steve Bannon's newspaper we are talking about. He was the editor for Breitbart, if I'm correct. Okay.
Yeah, in the comment section, there's so many trolls who ended up putting out death threats, and so it's very important for activists to look at their safety.
How old were you when those were coming?
I was just 13, actually. So I'm 15 now, so not much of a difference, but it feels like it's been ages.
Wow. How did your parents cope with it?
My parents were definitely worried, of course, and I'm very lucky because they're so supportive, and they ended up making sure I was safe. After the Breitbart article came out and I started to receive more climate deniers and trolls, they ended up coming to the protests and just being someone there just in case anything happened, because it is very important to have adults there at protests, because they can make sure that we're safe, that we are protected, because at protests you're never really sure what can happen, and so just having people who can really guide you through it is very important.
Yeah, but like having 2 kids, having their own professional, personal life, and then being involved, I should say you're very fortunate to have such supporting parents. Yeah. I'm not sure a lot of us around there can say the same. How do you see like the balance going forward as you are now more and more, I mean, Breitbart happened, but you are more and more in news. You are at forefront of climate activism, and you're still underage. How do you see the movement going?
I see the movement definitely growing, and I think the pandemic actually gave us an opportunity to grow. When this first started, we started having more conversations about our movements, what really made it impactful, and how can we incorporate more of an intergenerational collaboration, but also make sure that the Black Lives Matter movement is also incorporated, that we have people impacted the most at the forefronts. And so we had a lot of reflection, but now coming out of it, I think that we are really changing the way we're organizing and making it more intersectional and diverse.
Wow. Do you think you would ever want to go to college? Like you can start teaching?
I definitely do want to go to college. There is definitely a couple aspects that interest me, being a law student maybe, and so I've definitely been thinking about all of the options that I can take, but I definitely want to stay in social justice areas because I think that we have so much going on, especially with climate change becoming more serious, that I always want to be in this area and be an advocate.
We should really use this platform to thank David, your dad, and Kristen, right? Your mom. I think amazing job, really amazing job. What can youth do across the world? People who can do 15 minutes a day, 20 minutes a day, if they have limitation on time, limitation on parental support, can't really skip school and go, which is very courageous, by the way. How can they be part of it?
I think that there are so many different ways for youth to get involved, and I think first, if they have time, the first thing that they should do is, of course, educate themselves. That's a very accessible thing that they can do. And then from there, look at their community. Find out how they're being impacted by the climate crisis, because that is one of the main motivators that makes people want to be involved. And so after that, after you know your climate story, then you can figure out what you really want to do about that. Do you want to work in policy to make sure that you're protecting your community? Do you want to go into direct action? And so I think that once you find out where you want to go into in the movement, then look for an organization or a group that you can join to make your voice heard. And so as well, another resource to young people is social media. My generation has this vast area of technology that we have been using to our advantage. And so definitely use social media and push out your message and put pressure on your politicians through social media as well.
Yeah. But I think a lot of people still face, as you talk about, the whole bullying and deniers and people who are just haters, right? Yeah. Social media does open up to a lot of unwanted opportunities, let's just say that. Is something which Earth Uprising doing, like let's say somebody who is sitting in Nigeria, in Lagos, and wants to open up a chapter, wants to be part of it, what do they have to go?
Just go to our website, earthuprising.org, and send us an email, and we have a place for everybody. I think that in this movement, everybody is welcome and everyone is needed, in order to get climate action. And so we have focused internationally, making sure that countries that are being affected by the climate crisis have a voice and have a group, because I think it's very important that activists are there on the grounds saying what needs to happen in their community.
Is there any secret society of you, Greta, and a couple of other people which we don't know about?
If there is, even I don't know about it.
We just need invitation. We're not going to share it with everyone else.
The one thing about the youth climate movement that I'm very grateful for is the sense of community that it has. And so through social media, I was able to connect with activists all around the world. So we organize and we communicate with each other through technology. So WhatsApp, Discord, Instagram, Twitter. We don't really use Facebook that much. And so I think that the community that we have built is the reason why a lot of us are still able to organize, because a lot of young people go through activist burnout, and we need this support system and people behind us in order to continue organizing.
And this group provides, let's say somebody need a lawyer, somebody need some different type of support in the local community. Do you have like a big support community around it?
I've definitely found support from places that I didn't really expect it. And so there's definitely been areas where putting out a call through social media, we've found people when we needed them. I don't think I've worked with any lawyers yet, but I know
I hope you don't need one.
I hope that that there's just so many people who want to get involved from different areas of our society. And so there's really no limit of a person of what they could be involved in, and their job can be for them to support activism or get involved.
Wow. So my last question to you, call for action. What, like, as you said, what's happening in Davis, what's happening around the world, I think we all have seen climate change, the impact firsthand, especially people who live in coastal areas, right? They are like feeling it. It's more than 100-degree temperature in California right now, it's burning. So if you have to have a call for action for everybody who's out there, what would that be?
I think the first call to action to young people is, especially here in the United States, the election coming up is going to be the climate election. And so I think that it's very important for young people to go out and make sure that they vote. And if they're too young to vote, like myself, just get involved in the movement and make sure your voice is heard, because you can still be involved in the political system, even if you're underage.
Tell your brother, tell your sister, tell your mom, tell your dad, your grandparents, go and vote.
Exactly. And I also think another important thing is to talk to your community about climate change. Right now, I think that that is especially important because we are seeing the effects of the climate crisis all around the world. And so talking to your community is very important, and finding other people who can join your movement that you want to create.
Wow. Thank you so much, Alexandria. Thank you so much for coming here. I'm so sorry for what's happening back at your hometown. But I think actions like this, getting a community like this, will hopefully really, really change everything. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me today.
Hi everyone, I'm Lynn Kelly, Executive Director at New York Restoration Project. I'm so thrilled to join you today for the NEST Summit during this year's Climate Week in New York City. Special thank you to the Javits Center and Alan Steele for inviting us to participate. For those of you that are new to our work, NYRP is a 25-year-old nonprofit nature conservancy founded by Bette Midler with the express purpose of cleaning up New York City's beloved green spaces. Today we own and operate 52 community gardens throughout the city, as well as care for 80 acres of city parkland. This includes one of the last remaining ecosystems of its kind in all of Manhattan. At Sherman Creek Park in Inwood, Manhattan, which is Upper Manhattan, we oversee 500 feet of soft shoreline in an area called Swindler Cove. Swindler Cove is rare. It's a wetland habitat on the Harlem River that has suffered many years of neglect prior to our intervention in the 1990s. But today it's a vibrant park where the surrounding neighborhood and urban wildlife lovers flock from all over to look at birds, to kayak, to barbecue, to picnic, to celebrate birthday parties, or to just be one with nature. Unfortunately, the climate crisis is already making its mark on Sherman Creek and in Swindler Cove. Erosion, powered by increased storm surge and sea level rise, is visibly hurting the waterfront and washing it away, and it's motivating NYRP to intervene as best as we can. Today, I'm happy to report that we're witnessing some promising change following the recent installation of a living shoreline. This approach is just one example of the ecosystem-driven designs that we believe New York City must and should have to be a resilient city and to provide for an equitable future. This project was designed by two very talented people at NYRP, Philomena Riganti and Jason Smith. To speak more about the installation and its detail, it's my pleasure to introduce one of the project's visionaries, Director of Northern Manhattan Parks, Jason Smith. Thank you.
Hi. New York Restoration Project has been restoring abandoned and neglected land in New York City for 25 years. My name's Jason Smith. I've been working in Northern Manhattan for 13 years, taking care of a small park called Sherman Creek Park. Nestled on the Harlem River, really special place, and for years we worked hard to restore it and reclaim it from neglect and underfunding, and recently we've been thinking about how do we adapt this park and all of our property to increasing environmental change, particularly change driven by climate change and sea level rise. What we're looking at here is a project that we're in the midst of called the Sherman Creek Living Shoreline. And this is a in-progress construction of an intertidal oyster reef. And I'll talk a lot more about the details of this project, but just to start with, I wanted to call your attention to the calm water in the foreground of this image. And that is a product of what we call wave attenuation, when the incoming waves of the Harlem River trickle through this oyster castle we constructed and really create a calm environment that's really productive for all kinds of ecosystem restoration. And it's really one of the special features we've discovered about building reefs in the estuary that allow us to do all kinds of restoration. So Sherman Creek Park is a thriving community hub. It's really beloved of the neighborhood, and it's got gardens, forests, wetlands. But in 1996, it was an abandoned illegal dump. And NYRP initiated a really massive community cleanup, removing years and years of dumped debris, abandoned cars, broken down structures, and transformed it into a really thriving, gorgeous landscape. And now, really, our challenge is how do we steward this landscape for the next 50 years into the future. We use the landscape as an opportunity to teach children, particularly the forest and the wetlands. This is a coastal wetland. It's a low salt marsh. This is the kind of landscape that used to cover all of Manhattan's shoreline. Currently, there's almost none of it left. As we developed the city, we filled all the wetlands and hardened our shorelines. And it's a really special landscape. It's dominated by a plant called Spartina alterniflora, which is a really incredibly productive, powerful plant. It's an ecosystem engineer. It needs to be submerged in salty water twice a day. So it's really sensitive to changes in the landscape. But when it's doing its thing, it builds a salt marsh that's wildly productive, creates habitat, sequesters carbon, cleans the water. And so we really value this as a centerpiece of our park and use it as a way to reconnect New Yorkers to the waterfront. Here's a couple of our environmental educators in the water with kids. It's a really profound experience for a New Yorker to learn they live on a river, first of all, but then to actually get in the river, and then to pull out wildlife and realize the river is thriving and you can interact with it. And so this is the kind of work we do, and it's great to do it in Sherman Creek Park, which was designed to really optimize its position in the intertidal zone, where the water and land are interacting. And what we're looking at here is a wetland we actually built and a viewing bridge so that the public can walk over the wetland. So this is, I mainly tell you this to show you how special the park is and why we're so concerned to learn that the wetlands are vanishing. This is a slide from 2012 when we really began to reckon with sea level rise and its impact on the shores in New York City after Hurricane Sandy. You can see this area was all wetland, and now it's buried marine debris has been revealed, and something called peat, which is a really concentrated form of carbon which is being released back into the atmosphere as our wetlands collapse. This is a really troubling process to see happening. First of all, we're losing a beautiful park to the river, but it's also potentially disastrous positive feedback where climate change is triggering the collapse of wetlands, releasing even more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So it's really actually a catastrophic process, and one that can seem to be a little overwhelming. This is actually taken this spring, and you can see at this point the wetlands and the peat are largely gone, and we're witnessing pretty dramatic upland erosion. The trees in this image are floating several feet above the air. And so in addition to losing the wetlands, we're starting to lose the forest to sea level rise. So really, we're on the forefront of some of the impacts that New York City is seeing. And we know it's going to get worse. This is an image from the city's flood hazard mapper. It's the 2050 floodplain for the region of our park. The light blue zone are areas that are expected to regularly flood, and the pink zone is an expanded intertidal zone. And we know by 2100 we should be prepared for about 6 feet of sea level rise, at which point we'll lose a lot of this park and potentially all the wetlands. So really not a bright future for this park if we don't do something to help protect it. We can find a certain inspiration in the past. This is the same section of Manhattan from a British map drawn in 1782, and it shows a really intricate system of wetlands and open water that used to cross through Manhattan. We don't think we can ever get back to that landscape in Manhattan, but what we can do is look to that for inspiration for how we can rebuild Manhattan to meet the rising seas, potentially recreate some of the function of this historic landscape. But as we do that, we have to reckon not just with the natural history, but the history of injustice and a history of carbon emissions. So this is a great image from 1951 celebrating the construction of a public housing project on top of what had been Sherman Creek. And we can see this public housing project is really going to be the first section of northern Manhattan to flood as sea level rise. And whatever we do, we have to realize that the most vulnerable communities are potentially going to suffer the most as we adapt our landscape to climate change. So what can we do? As I mentioned in my opening slide, we feel the creation of oyster reefs and manipulating their ability to attenuate incoming waves in certain landscapes can be incredibly powerful. Traditional shoreline engineering relies on building walls, building hard structures, and deflecting energy, trying to keep the water at bay. We're working on a design that uses oyster castles and their complex structure and surface area to attenuate incoming waves and change the sedimentation patterns on our site so that we can actually rebuild the wetlands and change the dynamics on the site from an eroding shoreline to one that is actually rebuilding at a rate faster than sea level rise. So we put together a variety of components, including multiple zones of wetland vegetation, and we're reintroducing mussels and oysters, all the components of a living system to really kickstart what we think will be a resilient and growing shoreline that, if it works as we expect, it's going to put Sherman Creek on a trajectory to be sustained and protected for many years to come, and it should contribute to mitigating flood impacts for the community around the park. We were set to implement this spring when New York City was hit with the pandemic, but we were really committed to this project. We felt like this project, among many others, had been visualized and thought about, but we really wanted to see it happen. And we designed it to be implemented by community members on the ground, on the human scale, to make it adaptable, modular. And so we did it with our own park staff in small groups, while maintaining social distance. And it was a lot of work, but building the reef was incredibly successful and a first step towards turning the shoreline around. Once the reef construction was complete, we got to plant, which is great. This is our crew that maintains the park, installing native wetland grasses in biodegradable cocoa fiber mats, which we anticipate acting as a matrix to help trap the incoming sediment, kickstarting a marsh which we expect to accrete again at a rate well above whatever sea level rise we'll see for the foreseeable future. What can turning around 5 acres of a city park for 50 years do? Well, if we think about the shoreline of the Northeast, as this image from NASA really prompts me to do, most of our shoreline is human-dominated shoreline, human-impacted. And the ecosystem services, ecosystem function of these properties is largely determined by human decision-making. If we restore and optimize wetlands on our human-dominated landscape, we can do a great deal to sequester carbon and mitigate the impacts of climate change. We are working with a researcher on site, Dr. Chester Zarnock, and he's done some very conservative estimates showing that restored marshes on the Harlem River are actually sequestering and storing more carbon than some native reference marshes and more than some forests and trees in New York City as well. Not that we don't want to plant trees, but we want to see a lot more done a lot more quickly to bring natural function back to our shorelines. And the cool thing about this work is we're doing our best to mitigate climate, and it's actually a lot of fun, and we end up making a city that is more beautiful, more diverse, more welcoming to our communities. It involves kids being able to walk down to the water, get in the water, and so wherever we can, we want to limit building walls, building high structures, trying to keep the water at bay. And we can do a great deal of hybrid solutions that involve green, nature-based solutions, and we really are limited not by not knowing how to do it. What we're limited by are the structures, the partnerships, and the regulations to really let us just get started and get to work. Because as we saw in the previous image, we have a lot of degraded, human-dominated ecosystems that we can do a lot to improve. And we're eager to partner and do more. So we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is KAVITA GUPTA. We are talking from NEST Summit on the backdrop of Climate Summit 2020. I'm very excited today. We have Oddur Sigurdsson with us, who is the geologist at the Icelandic Meteorological Office, who actually pronounced a very famous glacier's death in 2014. The name only he can tell you because there is no way I would be able to pronounce it correctly. Oddur, thank you so much for taking time out today. How are you doing?
I'm just fine, thank you very much.
Where are you connecting us with today?
Beg your pardon?
Where are you connecting us from? Are you in Iceland right now?
I am in Iceland, in the capital, in the office of the Icelandic Meteorological Office in the capital, Reykjavik.
Oh, wow. So, Oddur, this is a very interesting story. When I first came across it, I was like, oh, there is actually a plague. There was a death which was pronounced to a whole glacier, a really big glacier because of climate change. Can you please tell us more about it?
Well, it was a beautiful glacier, a cupola-formed glacier, which was of the size of about 15 square kilometers at the turn of the 20th century. It has been diminishing more or less ever since, and finally in the beginning of the 21st century it had lost its status as a glacier. It did not move anymore. It was dead ice. So I went up there to check on the situation and declared it dead in the year 2014.
Wow. So why that particular glacier or glaciers around it are also having the similar issue?
Now, other glaciers are also disappearing, but this one was by far the largest of the glaciers that had disappeared. And it was well known to almost all school kids in Iceland.
Wow. So is it, I read somewhere that this was the glacier which was seen from all the roads and all the areas of Reykjavik, so it was very well known by the community.
It was very well known because it was easily seen from large inhabited districts, and it had this peculiar name of Okjökull, which made it quite popular with kids. Easy to remember and a beautiful spot.
Wow, very difficult to pronounce for me though. So there was one thing which really got my attention, the dedication which was written by Icelandic author Andri Snær. He also at the end of it said he gave the concentration of carbon dioxide in the air, which was 415 parts per million. Why did you mention the carbon dioxide for that?
Because this is the main item that causes the global warming. Carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, in the square atmosphere, is contributing to a layer that does not admit or let radiation out. So it keeps bouncing back between the layer of the CO2 and the ground and warms up the atmosphere in the lowest levels.
So we all have been facing climate change's impact. Like I am from California. We had completely pink sky yesterday in San Francisco. The whole California is burning. With respect to Iceland and the whole Nordic region or around there, when do you think you first started seeing really big impression of climate change firsthand? And how quickly is it has been evolving?
Yes. The climate warmed considerably during the third decade of the 20th century and kept warming, kept quite warm for about half a century. Then it was we had a cool period again of about 25 years, and then really it struck warming in the last decade of the 20th century and the first 2 decades of the 21st century. And it really caused the glaciers to diminish almost every year during that time. Only 1 year has been rendered the glaciers positive during the last 25 years.
What is the global impact if all these glaciers are going to melt and become part of sea?
Well, if all the glaciers melt in Iceland, they will raise the sea level by 1 centimeter. That is very low. But on the other hand, the Icelandic glaciers are very, very good indication what is happening to the glaciers worldwide. So they are very accessible and easily visible, and we can easily check the changes, the oscillations of the glaciers here in Iceland. So this is like a canary bird in the coal mine. It is telling us what is happening elsewhere in the world if we cannot work it out there.
Yeah, I think the COP21 was all about that we have to reduce the global warming. It started with 2 degrees, came down to it has to be even like 1 degree cap. If the same speed of melting continues across the world, which it's going now, how many years are left for lots of islands to go down, and what's the long and short term effect of it?
I think they have already started to inundate islands in low-lying islands in the Pacific. So people have been evacuated from there already, I think. And it will continue with advancing speed during this century, and it will continue for centuries, of course, but the glaciers in Iceland are likely to disappear more or less in 2 centuries. And then we have no ice on Iceland.
Wow. Wow. That is such an unimaginable scenario when you think of today and think of Iceland. That's like changing the whole flora and fauna of any geography, which of course will have different types of impact going forwards, right? The type of food which is going to be available. Please go ahead.
Yes, the glaciers are, of course, beautiful thing to watch in the scenery, and it is an extremely interesting phenomena, a natural phenomena, and also it contains history, which has been gathering up during the last 1,000 years, and if the glacier disappears in 200 years, the history is gone also. So we need to extract the history from the glacier before it disappears. That takes a lot of money. I need about $1 million or even $2 million to even get going on that project. And I have a hard time to amass this amount of money.
Wow. So if it continues to happen, we need millions of dollars to make sure that we extract the history. And you're talking about the history of fossil fuel, like not fuels, but like the archaeological history, basically, right? Our species and everything which has been trapped. And this is just for Iceland. And I'm guessing this is the similar story across the world.
Yes. Well, of course, the Icelandic history is contained in the Icelandic glaciers. Some of it may be contained in the Greenland ice sheet, but not nearly as detailed. So this history that is going with the glaciers is the history of the Icelandic climate and the Icelandic volcanic history, and also several other natural features that can be extracted from the glacier. But when the glacier melts, this history is completely lost.
God, Otto, that would be such a failure on the civilization, especially to the future civilization, if we lose all that history. My last question, actually, would be, first, what should the world do to make sure that we continue to have glaciers everywhere, we don't have such a huge negative impact of climate change? And secondly, if we are not able to save at the same speed, is there any fund, is there any call for action to make sure that we save that history?
Yes, for the first thing, I think we are too late to save at least the Icelandic glaciers. And most glaciers will disappear within the next 2 centuries, regardless of what we do.
Great. Thank you, Otto. Thank you so much for sharing that. I mean, yes, it's late, but we really hope that at least we can help with saving the history. And I think that's my biggest takeaway from this interview and talking to you today. Thank you so much for taking time out today for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're coming to you live from the Javits Center and the NEST Summit. Today I'm joined by Sarah Rosner of AllianceBernstein. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Jeff.
So, AllianceBernstein is become very active in climate and ESG, certainly. And I think one of the ways that I'd like to at least start talking today is about your relationship with Columbia University and the work that you guys are doing over there. Can you give us some insight into that?
Sure. So we announced our collaboration with Columbia in September of last year, and I think that was really the result of a couple of factors. We had done a pilot program with them in February where we had taken several of our investment analysts up to the Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory up in Palisades, New York, and actually put them through a climate science mini curriculum. And the response that we got from that was really positive. I think we recognized that we had a lot more questions than we had answers, number one. And number two, I think we recognized the importance of building a bridge between climate science and investing. So really enabling that information to travel between the two spheres so that both organizations could make better decisions when it came to research and investing. And so from there, in September, we started developing a broader and more in-depth curriculum to put all of our analysts globally through, and it's called the Climate Science and Portfolio Risk Training. To date, we've actually gotten all of our analysts and portfolio managers across all of our asset classes through the curriculum. And it's been a very iterative process and a collaboration, I think, in the truest sense of the word in terms of thinking about how information and partnership flows between the two organizations.
Can you just give me like one example of a reaction of a portfolio manager who maybe was skeptical about climate risk and portfolio integration and just some of the epiphanies that maybe you saw within the firm?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for us, one of the reasons we embarked on this relationship is to really establish a level playing field across the firm globally when it came to discussing, researching, and analyzing climate issues across all of our asset classes. And we recognized that really started with education. So really giving people the tools, the vocabulary, and that baseline understanding, I think, to having those discussions both internally, but also with our portfolio companies and the issuers we engage with every day. And so I think, here in the US, climate can be kind of a politicized issue. And I think one of the things that was really great in terms of the feedback that we got was like, wow, this is just the science. These are the facts. And I think it got people a lot more comfortable, again, with having that conversation, both with their colleagues and with the management and the boards of directors that we deal with every day when we're having engagements.
So you have this learning program, but then how does it get integrated across the firm? Is there a process by which you're making use of this education across all of your global partners and customers and clients?
Yeah. So first thing I would say is that the program has been a highly iterative process. It was really designed both by a large working group that was comprised of our senior investors as well as senior faculty at Columbia. And we were also able to draw on some of our internal resources at AB that really focus on learning and development for all of our investment professionals across the firm. And so we were able to design a program that really focuses on how adults learn today. So wasn't just your standard lecture format. We actually brought our analysts and PMs pre-pandemic up again to the observatory, so they were really immersed, I think, in the science and the research and discovery, number one. But we also designed it so there were a lot of breakout sessions, a lot of time for our investors to actually engage with the scientists and the faculty and policy experts at Columbia University, number one. In terms of the content, we spent a lot of time garnering feedback after every single session to understand what was of interest, where there were more questions, what were the gaps and the opportunities for improving that program in order to make it as effective as possible as we continue to roll it out across the firm globally. And I think one of the ways we've kind of determined, how to measure success from this is number one, this program coincided with a platform that we developed called eSight. This is a proprietary knowledge sharing platform was really groundbreaking for our organization because it's one of the only not one of the only, but one of the really main ways that we had to share knowledge on issuers, specifically on ESG, across the firm globally. So, for example, if I'm engaging with a large beverage company here in the US on water scarcity issues, but the holding is also within one of our portfolios that's based out of Europe. The analyst in Europe can see how that engagement went, what we discussed, what milestones were reached, et cetera, and where the opportunities are to kind of keep pushing this company forward on environmental management. And so through that technology that we developed in-house, we've kind of been able to track the volume and the increase and, you know, just the quality of those types of engagements. And that's also coincided with an engagement campaign that we launched earlier this year, focused on our top holdings within the firm and with identifying those issuers that don't have emissions targets in place as of yet and making a proactive push to start engaging with those companies on that particular issue. And that, again, is going to be a very long-term process that we're kind of chronicling now as we move forward.
What do you say to advisors? So you're talking to institutional investors a lot, and you're talking to your internal portfolio managers, and we know from a lot of the recent studies that have been done that investors are more and more interested in investing alongside their values. But there seems to be a gap between that and advisors actually engaging around this. They're having a hard time adopting or adjusting to ESG data and ESG integration of funds. Now we're hitting them with climate change. Yeah. What are you seeing as the roadblock there, and how are you helping advisors at AllianceBernstein to kind of come along on the education process with your internal people?
Yeah. So I think you hit it on the head in the end of your remarks there. I think the education is key, right? I think this is still a fairly, ESG in general, I think is still a fairly nascent market when you look at the greater context of financial markets and trends, and climate change certainly within that is very, very new. And so I think, you know, our job, certainly not just with our portfolio companies, but with our colleagues and our clients, is to kind of help them through this journey in terms of the education on these issues. And I think that in that process, we'll also hopefully try to start and address, I think, a lot of the heterogeneous, you know, vocabulary and concepts that are kind of, and data that are out there right now, and kind of gain some more consistency and momentum in that area as well.
We've seen the focus around climate change start with mitigation, and people see and understand the importance of that. And then, unfortunately, now people are moving towards adaptation because they understand that there are certain things that are just baked in around climate change and climate risk that are just not going to go away in the next 20 years. So we're kind of working on mitigation for 20 years out, and we're working for adaptation on the next 20 years. So it always makes me wonder, in a firm, are you seeing your bondholders get much more engaged, or your bond investors and managers get much more engaged around climate risk issues than your equity managers because of that longer term time frame that they're investing for?
Yeah, so I would say that one of the things that's been really heartening, I think, in the past couple of years to see, particularly at AllianceBernstein, is the joint engagement that we're doing between the asset classes on these issues. So really, again, kind of taking our internal expertise we actually have within the firm, which is pretty extensive. I think one of the things that's really stood out about this whole process with education in Columbia and kind of coming up to speed on climate has been that as active managers, you know, we have analysts and portfolio managers that have been covering these sectors and these industries and these companies sometimes for decades at a time. And so there's really no one that understands these companies better. And so marrying that expertise again with these education initiatives across the firm, I think really yields some very interesting insights. And we are seeing a lot more of this joint engagement again with these companies, which I think are actually much more effective in terms of, you know, catalyzing the change that we need to see as investors in order to ascertain risk and opportunity when it comes to climate.
You have a lot of funds within AllianceBernstein that are focused on ESG and sustainability issues. Certainly your AB thematic, your municipal bond fund, you have great managers. What are you seeing as some of the trends that are coming over the next 5-10 years that are different than what we've seen over the last 5 or 10 years?
It's a great question. So I think really broadly, I think one of the things that we're certainly grappling with, and we certainly get a lot of interest from our clients on, is how to measure and marry impact, right, with the traditional fundamental financial analysis. And we have a couple of funds that I think are really doing some very frontier-like work on this issue, like our Global Sustainable Equities Fund, our Global Sustainable Thematic Credit Fund. I think that's a very broad issue. I think in terms of climate and the environment, what we really see coming down the pike, I think more in the short term, I would say, would be along the lines of the second order effects of climate. So looking at climate not just in terms of emissions, but biodiversity, agriculture, deforestation, how it affects supply chains and their resiliency, et cetera.
Do you see a world where AllianceBernstein takes this education model beyond internal and starts to offer it more external to potential investors, advisors out in the marketplace?
Absolutely. I think that's definitely the next step in our relationship with Columbia, and we're actively working on bringing this to the wider market. And I would also say that we're very excited about Columbia's initiative to launch a climate school. So really taking their resources that are kind of spread out throughout the university system, which is quite extensive, and actually putting it in one centralized place. I think that's also going to be a very interesting development to watch over the next couple of months and years.
Sarah, please keep us apprised of the work that you're doing at AllianceBernstein. We're huge fans, certainly, of the work that they do around these issues. I want to thank you so much for joining us today. That's a wrap at the NEST Climate Summit. Thank you so much for joining us today. Welcome back to the NEST Summit and Climate Week. While the debate rages on about whether climate change is real or not in the United States, rating agencies and wealth management and asset management companies are moving well beyond the debate and starting to actually look at rating physical assets. In order to get a better understanding of how this world is working, we have 427 as a guest today at the NEST Summit, and Yoon Kim is from 427. Thank you so much for joining us, Yoon.
Thank you for having me.
So, Yoon, when we talk about physical risks in climate change, what exactly are we talking about, and what is 427 looking at?
So when we refer to physical climate risks, we're talking about both acute and chronic risks. Acute risks refer to extreme events, so things like floods, droughts, the wildfires that we're experiencing here in Northern California. Chronic impacts refer to the longer-term, slower onset changes that we expect to see, things related to rising temperatures and sea level rise. And as far as what these types of hazards mean for companies as well as for financial institutions' portfolios, some recent examples include, for instance, the flooding of some area, part of the Wuhan area, which is located on the Yangtze River. So this region experienced water levels that were the fourth highest in recorded history for this area, which disrupted the production of key PPE-related inputs, as well as disrupting the transport of these goods, which, as you can imagine, during a pandemic is not a good impact. And another recent-ish example is that of PG&E, which ended up declaring bankruptcy in the wake of the 2018 and 2019 fires because of outstanding liabilities from these devastating fires. And so it resulted in the company's rating being reduced to junk status. And so these types of impacts will affect companies both in terms of their corporate facilities as well as their value chains. And it will be through impacts on companies as well as on real estate and housing and other types of real assets that we'll see impacts on financial institutions' portfolios. And so in terms of a more recent example, when we think about Hurricane Laura, Moody's estimated the economic impact to be approximately $20 billion. Many homeowners lack insurance. And so in the 4 Texas counties that were directly affected by the storm, only about a third have flood insurance. And even those homeowners and businesses that do have insurance, if their economic situations have been adversely affected by the pandemic, they may find it difficult to pay premiums and or repairs, which in turn will have implications for the portfolios of mortgages that, for instance, lending institutions hold.
So I think when people think about physical risks, what they're thinking about historically has been measured is the damage that storms, for instance, do to property valuations, and that's a backward-looking view. I want you to give the audience some insight into how 427 is looking forward on these physical risks and what actual data are they digging into?
Yes, so we know now that because of climate change, historical data is no longer a useful indication of what the future will hold. And so we leverage the outputs of global climate models that have explicitly been built to model a climate into the future. And so we leverage the outputs of best-in-class, peer-reviewed data that's developed by, for instance, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, NASA, and NOAA. And using this data, our analytics enable the identification of exposure of any location in the world to hazards such as floods, heat stress, and so on, based on highly granular data. And so, for instance, for floods and sea level rise, we can identify and evaluate exposure to these hazards at 90 by 90 meters, enabling our clients to differentiate risk site by site, even in areas that are generally high risk.
And they're doing this with risks across heat, flood, droughts. What areas specifically can you cover in all this forward-looking data?
Our data is global in nature, and so for both things like real assets, when we think about real estate, infrastructure, and corporate facilities, we can provide that granularity of analysis regardless of where an asset is located in the world. And then when it comes to company level risk, we've developed a set of company scores that incorporate not only insights based on the specific facility footprint of a given company, but supplemented that with insights regarding supply chain and market risk.
Give me an example of what type of clients are actually purchasing and using this data and how they're using the data.
We work with a very broad range of clients, including some of the world's largest investors, asset managers, commercial banks, companies, development finance agencies, and government agencies. And when it comes to our real asset-related analytics, they use it to enhance portfolio analysis and monitor risk as their portfolio holdings change over time, as well as to inform due diligence processes and establish internal standards regarding assessment for high-risk assets. When it comes to our data, things like our company scores, they use it to evaluate the long-term exposure of portfolio holdings and engage with management teams to foster resilience investments, to incorporate equity scores into portfolio construction and risk assessment, as well as to inform reporting.
It really is incredible how much data is now available in order to make these assessments. Do you think that the capital markets are starting to wake up to these risks?
Yes, and there's a lot of some important drivers in this trend that we're seeing to pay closer attention to physical climate risks. Has been driven by increasing interest on the part of investors, regulators, and credit rating agencies, as well as efforts on the part of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. So when we think about investor interest, pension funds and other investors representing almost $1 trillion in assets called on the Fed, the securities, the SEC, and other financial regulators to act on climate change concerns in order to avoid economic disaster. And so basically these investors worry that if regulators don't take action soon, climate change can cause some companies' values to drop suddenly, potentially destabilizing the economy keeping in mind that the U.S. has already experienced more than $500 billion in economic losses between 2015 and 2019. Another example is BlackRock's CEO, Barry Fink, in his annual letter to CEOs, highlighting the magnitude and long-term persistent nature presented by climate risks and the imperative of addressing them. And then the TCFD has played a critically important role in crystallizing the growing concern amongst investors and business leaders about the potential physical impacts of climate change on the economy and financial markets. And so the TCFD calls for the disclosure of both physical and transition risks to enable better understanding of the potential impacts of climate on corporate value chains, infrastructure, and their transmission channels to financial markets. And then, of course, credit rating agencies are paying closer attention to this issue too, and we'll hear more about that from my colleague Swami Venkataram at Moody's Investor Service.
So first we heard from 427 and got a better understanding of how this data is being utilized. The thing that got me the most interested about where we were going in regards to climate risk is when I heard that Moody's was acquiring 427. And today we have Swami Venkataraman on from Moody's to discuss their acquisition of 427 and how they're taking that data and embedding it into the rating side. Swami, welcome to the NEST Summit.
Thank you, Jeff. Good to be here.
So, Swami, when you're looking at this physical risk data, first of all, what was the turning point for Moody's in really realizing that they had to start adapting this data into the process and the work that you do?
Well, we've been looking at incorporating climate risk, especially and being able to more consistently and more in a more sophisticated manner talk about long-term physical trends. And we needed the expertise that 427 brings in terms of long-term modeling of climate trends. There is public data available from different sources, but the kind of capability that 427 brings is really unique, and that's really what what got us interested in working with 427 and eventually taking an ownership interest in them. I think what it does is it really gives us the ability, as I show in my slide here, to really talk about what we think about climate trends and how they work them into credit analysis. So, for example, emissions today really affect climate and weather conditions only with a long lag period. And so really what we're talking about is for the next 20 years, maybe even 30 years, a lot of what's going to happen is already baked in through the emissions that have happened in the past. But what we really don't know is how much the emissions that have happened are going to change or affect the climate. What sort of temperature increases are we going to see? What kind of impact is it going to have on sea level rise or water stress or rainfall and hurricanes and so on? And so what 427's data gives us, it enables us to see what different climate models are predicting in terms of these variables, in terms of these climate and weather variables. And what we can do is we can construct low, medium, and high scenarios for various time periods, as you see in the slide. And that really is what it gives us a very strong analytical foundation upon which to base our analysis. So any given point in time, we can speak about what is the low end of expectations from climate models and what's the high end of expectations from climate models.
Can you provide specific examples of how this risk analysis is brought into the credit rating process?
Sure, happy to. And a few of my following slides really speak to that. What I've done is I've taken actual research that Moody's has published based on 427 data. And I will show you briefly the kind of work that we have done. And in order to make it simpler to explain, I've really narrowed it down to one particular hazard, which is heat stress. Now, you can certainly talk about rainfall and hurricanes, and you can talk about a lot of other things, but just to illustrate the point, if you look at heat stress, for example, we looked at the U.S. municipal debt market, and we looked at where is debt outstanding in the market, and where is the heat stress also expected to occur over time. And we got some results that were not so obvious, and which really speaks to why it is useful to have the kind of data that 427 does, right? I think people would obviously say, well, Arizona and Nevada, Southern California desert, that's really where the temperature increase is going to be the maximum. And that's true. That's certainly where the temperature increase is going to be the maximum. But if you really look at where capital markets and investors need to be concerned about, you got to marry that with where is debt outstanding as well. And what we found out was it was really the Midwest, the area around Missouri, Illinois, Iowa, that was really the most exposed from a debt perspective. And so it's not the most obvious result when you think of heat stress and impact on financial impact on investors. Similarly, we publish results for heat stress on electric utilities based on the service territory that different utilities serve, which utilities are most exposed. And again, the answer didn't turn out to be the utilities in the Southwest, but it turned out to be utilities sort of in the Midwest of the country, and then certain other utilities, which are sort of diversified in many parts of the countries, but have a lot of exposure to heat stress as well. And then, to your point, in terms of assets, Jeff, we are able to look at a specific address or a specific GPS code, if you will, anywhere on Earth, and find out what the impact is going to be over time. And we can use that, for example, when you look at REITs, and you can take their specific buildings, and you can look at each building and their exposure to heat stress. And you can look at, okay, what percentage of a particular REIT's assets are exposed to high heat stress. But not just that. Where we come in would be to bring an understanding of, okay, how important is that particular asset to the cash flows of the company, right? And you have to marry the analysis of credit and finance with the climate analysis that 427 brings in, and we published that as a report, in fact, just earlier this week, where we looked at all the US REITs and we rank ordered them by exposure to various climate studies. So this is sort of a quick example, but we intend to do this for all hazards across sectors to really be able to take this forward-looking perspective. And then when marrying it into the rating, what happens is today we are in a position where every single rating committee must have an ESG discussion, no exceptions. And that's even if the analyst believes that ESG is very low risk and this company is not going to be affected. The analyst has to show that that is the case and not simply assume that it to be the case. So every rating committee has that discussion. And part of those discussions involves us as the ESG specialists. We participate not necessarily in every rating committee, but where the risks are need discussion, we participate in those rating committees. And where those risks are deemed material, there is greater disclosure in press releases, in credit opinions, and in research to follow. So it sort of gives you an idea of the approach that we are trying to take. And especially with climate as your example here, we are trying to be forward-looking, we are trying to be systematic, and we are trying to be very thorough in terms of the kind of data we use, take a very rigorous approach to understanding the implications of climate change for assets across the board.
Swami, I look at what Moody's is doing in 427, and we're going to speak to Wellington in a minute as well, as really being on the forefront of what's going on in climate risk in the capital markets. Can you, in the last minute that we have with you, just give me some sense of how much of the capital markets do you think have begun to truly acknowledge the risks posed by climate change in the capital markets?
I think it's a question where the answer is rapidly changing, right? And I think it's widely acknowledged that Europe seems to be more advanced or more ahead of the US and Asia in terms of taking cognizance of these issues. But I would say even in the US, it's rapidly changing. Banking regulators around the world are quickly moving to require stress tests of banking portfolios. That's one. Second, even in the case of asset managers, what you're seeing is the asset owners are really making systematic integration of ESG considerations as a requirement in order to give money over to asset managers to manage. And I'm sure Chris can speak more to that. We see that as a rapidly emerging trend. So I think while we might the answer might vary, from January to today to maybe by the beginning of next year. I think the trend is clearly that it's moving rapidly in the right direction. We've seen a doubling of assets under management in the U.S. under some form of ESG or sustainability mandate just in the last 3 or 4 years, and I think that really speaks to itself. And it's in the order of it's in the order of trillions of dollars now, and so that really speaks to the trend that we are looking at.
Thank you so much for joining us at the Nest Summit, Swami. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, Jeff.
And now on the Nest Summit, I'm joined by Chris Gulgazian from Wellington Asset Management. Chris, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, Jeff. Our pleasure.
Chris, when I think about companies that are on the forefront in the asset management industry of dealing with climate risk and integrating that into their investment process, I really at least start with Wellington, certainly. And the work that you guys have been doing with Woods Hole and Spencer Glendon has really been on the forefront of this industry. Can you talk to the audience a little bit about how Wellington is integrating climate risk into their investment selection process?
Sure, Jeff, and appreciate the kind words. So we formed this really collaborative and I think innovative relationship with Woods Hole, which has now been renamed Woodwell, and a couple of our asset owner partners at Wellington to really study the effects of climate change on the capital markets, just in one sentence. So we view climate change as a risk to markets, and like all risks, we should have a view on it. And the real beginning of that process was to understand the science, and that is why we formed a collaboration with a scientific organization with the expertise of Woodwell. They have scientists across the globe in a variety of lanes of expertise. And so the first year we really spent studying what we thought were the 7 key climate risks to the markets, and those would be heat, drought, wildfire, hurricanes, flood, water scarcity, and air quality, and then really trying to map those risks onto global locations and understand where the hotspots would be in 10, 20, or 30 years, and then translate all of that for investors. And I use the word translate because I think that is the biggest hurdle. We have 2 disparate fields here in climate science and finance, and kind of never the two shall meet up until the last couple of years. And anytime you have 2 disparate fields, the real challenge is to connect their language, to translate what they mean to each other. And so we've spent a lot of time on that. I think the scientists would be the first to tell you that they're not great often at, perfectly communicating what the meaning or impact is in everyday terms. And, for this to be applicable to finance, we really have to do that. So we then translate all this climate risk into financial risk. And we spent a good portion of the early part of this work to develop a mapping tool so that everyone could visualize those risks. And I would say, to sum up here, the big conclusion on climate change and investment process is to think about 2 key words, which are location and duration, which is if you have a fixed location and a long maturity to start with, those are the assets most at risk. And so we start there and then back into everything else.
As an asset allocator, when we looked into the marketplace at who was addressing climate change, what we saw most was that there were asset management firms looking at climate transition risk around carbon tax and stranded assets. What we couldn't find initially were firms that were actually looking at the physical effects of climate change. And because of lack of policy in the U.S., unfortunately, we know that under many assumptions, the next 20 years of physical risk are already really baked into the scenario analysis that people are doing. Wellington was one of the first firms that actually started integrating physical risk into their investment policy. How did you get there, and what are you seeing in the capital markets that's different than the rest of the asset management firms that are not getting there yet?
Yeah, I think that's spot on, Jeff. I think the marketplace has a good 10 plus years now of looking at transition risk, mitigation effects, technology, renewables, electric automobiles, and really trying to understand how to mitigate the emission levels, but far less time spent on physical risks. And now I think there's been a recognition, and certainly with Woodwell, we got there in the last few years, that, as you said, and as Swami has said, much of this is inalterable. It can't be stopped for multiple decades. What we're trying to prevent now globally is the worst of outcomes over many, many more decades. But for some number of decades, a lot of this cannot be stopped. And so we actually show that in time horizons to our investors that we think are within their investment time horizon. So this is not 2100-year stuff. This is 2030s and 2040s. And so I think how we got there, to answer your question, was a realization with the scientists that, unfortunately, and people don't like this message, much of the worst effects of the 7 key risks are here to stay for a number of decades. And that's, as mentioned earlier, because the emissions are cumulative, and to date, we have no way of reversing them. And already, as we have seen just in the last few years and upcoming, we have some of the worst effects in place. So once you recognize that, then you say, well, actually, adaptation to physical risk is an equal, if not even more of a problem than just trying to mitigate and manage transition risk. And so it needs to be both. I think asset owners and asset managers need to view both of them as equals.
I want to thank 427 and Moody's and Wellington for joining us today and giving us a glimpse into how the capital markets are being affected by physical climate risk and climate change. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Hi, you're joining me live at the Javits Center for the NEST Summit. My guest today is Matt Desario, CEO of Water Asset Management. Matt is an expert on water and everything water, and definitely the person that first introduced me to the concept of what the risks are around climate change. First time I met Matt, he said, what are the 5 things you think about when you think about climate change? And I really thought about, bad weather, other things, rising seas, but he said that you can think about it as floods, droughts, water scarcity, extreme heat, and extreme weather events. And it did start to make me think a little bit differently about climate risk and investing and the capital markets. Matt, thanks so much for being on the show today.
It's my pleasure to be with you today, Jeff.
So Matt, what was the first trigger that got you started on investing in water?
Well, water, we believe, is the resource that is defining the 21st century, much like oil defined the last century. And when we looked into the industry, what we realized was that it's an industry made up of some of the best long-term businesses of any industry that we'd ever looked at before. The water industry is made up of companies that are either monopolies or pretty much or oligopolies. And both types of businesses have very strong, positive, inflation-protected pricing power, which enables these companies to grow earnings and increase their dividends at a very steady rate. And when we looked at that and realized that most people don't really think about water very often, and that there was this multi-trillion-dollar capital investment super cycle underway to repair water-related infrastructure that had been ignored and ensure water quality and water supply, that's when we dropped everything else that we were doing and started investing exclusively in companies, assets, and equities in the water industry.
Matt, maybe you could make some connections for us on climate change and water, because I think a lot of people think about rising sea level when they think about climate change, but there's lots of other factors at play. Can you give us some examples?
Yeah, well, sure. You know, what we often ask, you know, everyone knows climate change, global warming is bad. But when you ask people, like, well, why is it bad? Often you get very long, somewhat complicated answers. And what we believe, and what, if you think about it, the reason climate change is bad, the primary initial negative impact of climate change is on the water cycle. It's disrupting the traditional water cycle. It's making more drought and more flood. And a lot of the problems that people talk about related to climate change, such as food security issues and health issues, are really second derivatives of more drought and more flood. And the companies that we invest in the water industry, have been dealing with addressing and solving problems related to drought and flood, some of these companies literally for over 100 years. And so we believe that water investing is a direct way to play, or to invest, I should say, in climate-related problems and delivering those kinds of solutions. And what we really like about the water industry is not only the return profile of the companies, but the fact that they're companies that are where we're able to measure the positive impact that the companies are having by either delivering more water, getting more water to more people, treating more wastewater, and doing it with a greater percentage of renewable energy, which is a trend that's occurring in the industry.
Matt, that's great. Give us some examples of how you actually invest and how you could create a diversified portfolio around water as a theme.
Sure. So we have two teams at Water Asset Management that operate independently. One is the public equity team, which invests in global listed water stocks around the world. And these companies are regulated water utilities, long-term water, wastewater, and desalination concession business models, companies that manufacture everything water-related, pipes, pumps, meters, treatment, chemicals and membranes, engineering companies that build water-related infrastructure, as well as all different kinds of water-related technologies. There are a number of different mega trends occurring in the development of water-related technologies. And then we have a private equity team that's separate that invests in water rights in the Western United States. So we have two separate teams, and we invest in virtually every sector of the water industry, from regulated water utilities right through all the manufactured products, as well as directly into water rights in the Western United States. And this gives us a very deep domain experience and expertise in terms of understanding what works better and what works less in the water industry, not only to generate returns, but to solve water-related and water scarcity problems.
Matt, certainly in my lifetime, it's really been only the recent history where we've seen countries that are actually running out of water. Can you address water scarcity with us? Sure.
We've seen, it's staggering when you look, as we do, we look very closely at these situations. A city like Sao Paulo, 20 million people, literally nearly ran out of water a few years ago. I mean, it was dead. The reservoirs, which we were monitoring the hydrology on these reservoirs, came to within 10% of literally having no water in the reservoirs. There was major cutbacks in service and water delivery during that period. A lot of people have read about what happened in Cape Town, South Africa. These are major cities that are literally coming very, very, very close to completely running out of water. And it's happening close to home as well. Water scarcity is a significant problem, not only in the arid Southwest, but there were a couple of summers ago in Fairfield County, Connecticut, not far from where you're standing. Water had to be piped from one town, which had a surplus supply, to another town in Fairfield County during a period of summer drought there. So drought is a major, major problem. It's getting worse. It's intensifying because of climate change. And the key is that, from our experience, every water problem, whether it's a quality problem or a supply problem, is solvable. What's required is both capital, will, and competence. These are all problems that are not, this isn't rocket science. It's more pipes, more pumps, more meters. It's ensuring more supply. And all of those things are doable if the appropriate amount of capital combined with competence is applied to those individual localized water supply and water quality problems.
And certainly we know water is the one thing that has no alternative. When you think about impact, Matt, how do you measure impact across your portfolios?
Well, we have been very active in developing water-related impact metrics, not only for ourselves, but for other significant investment institutions. And what we do is we have a survey of roughly 50 different questions that we ask all of our companies that we invest in the portfolio. And we're still generally in very early days in terms of companies being able to answer all of these questions. They're working on it and they're getting better, but it's still, as I said, very early in their company's capacity to really measure how much water, how much electricity they use, and how they apply that water to each unit of production. And that's something that we're very much involved in helping our companies get their arms around. But we really focus on a couple of very basic KPI, key performance indicators to measure impact. And as I mentioned earlier, it's how much water is being delivered to how many more people by the portfolio in a given year. How much more wastewater is being treated to prevent ecosystems from being destroyed in a given year. And how much energy is being used to deliver each cubic meter or treat each cubic meter of water, and how much of that energy is coming from hopefully an increasingly renewable supply. Those are a couple of very basic but very profound and important key performance indicators that companies are having an easier time measuring, and that demonstrate the kind of impact that our water-focused portfolio is able to deliver.
Matt, lastly, can you touch on things like Flint, Michigan, or Newark, New Jersey, where we're dealing with toxic water systems and delivery? How does that affect the portfolio investments that you make?
Well, the significance of Flint, Michigan, and Newark, and there are literally thousands of water systems in the United States that are dealing with problems around lead and other contaminants in water systems similar to Flint and other cities. The significance is that Flint was really like the bell tower, the canary in the coal mine that woke up more people, consumers, regulators to the significance of this problem. And as I mentioned earlier, all these problems are solvable. And what it requires is capital, the application and investment of that capital in an appropriate way. And what it also requires is appropriate pricing for these water and wastewater related services in order for all the costs associated with that capital to be appropriately allocated. And so that's really the significance of Flint, and it's increasing the awareness amongst a broader range of people, both in policy and at the consumer level, to the need for growing and increasing amounts of capital to solve these problems. And again, the companies we invest in are the ones that provide those solutions. They provide the treatment, they provide new pumps, they provide meters, which enables water and wastewater services to be properly measured. And it's just indicative of the very significant capital investment supercycle that's not only essential, but is underway to begin to address these problems. And it's going to take decades to do this. And that's one of the reasons that we believe we're in what we think is like a 50-year secular bull market trend to invest in the companies in the water industry that provide these kinds of solutions that Flint and Newark are indicative of.
Thank you, Matt, for joining us. at the NEST Summit. And as you've heard Matt tell us, there's risks and opportunities with everything that we look at around climate change. But the one resource that we can't live without is water. Thank you so much, Matt.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hi, you're back with me live at the Javits Center for the NEST Summit. Today I'm joined by former Governor of Colorado, Bill Ritter. Bill is also head of the New Energy Institute and the Net Zero Utilities Board. Bill, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jeff. It's great to be with you.
So, Bill, during Climate Week, we've obviously spent a lot of time drilling into the horrible ravages of climate risk and the things that we're going to see due to climate change around global warming, extreme weather, extreme heat, floods, droughts, water scarcity, all of those issues. So I need you to be our shining light and to tell us a little bit about what you're doing to help mitigate the damages that we're seeing and create a world where we can be sustainable and continue to live. So can you share a little bit about the positive work and impact that you're trying to have?
Sure, Jeff. I'm actually at Colorado State University. It's called the Center for the New Energy Economy. I founded the center when I left the governor's office, Colorado, in January of 2011. And interestingly, if you take that 9.5-year window, we've made tremendous progress in the United States where the electricity sector is concerned, where utilities are concerned. So we work with governors, we work with legislators, we work with utility commissioners and utilities to try and do what we can to look at greenhouse gas emissions from the electricity sector and then to bend that curve. It's very kind of like COVID in that respect, where we're talking about curves and bending the curve. And if we just think about the transition that's happened in that period of time since 2011, the number of utilities that have, first of all, dismantled coal-fired generation, which is a big fossil fuel emitter. Secondly, that have made commitments for 2030, 2035, 2040 to actually reduce their emissions in a very significant way. I think there are 16 major utilities in the United States that have made real serious promises that they're going to have these 80, 70, 60% emissions reduction in their coal-fired generation or in their fossil fuel generation. Now, it's not all candy and flowers, because while we have seen electric generation emissions reduce, we've seen transportation emissions in the United States eclipse those. So it's not just the electricity sector, it's electricity, it's transportation, it's the industrial sector, it's the agricultural sector, and quite frankly, the industrial sector, if you include natural gas production as a part of that, has to capture methane. So there's a lot we have to do, but there's good news that in a fairly short of amount of time, something folks thought would take a couple of decades, that is the coal-fired generation happening or declining in a serious way. That's a big part of the story. It happened pretty precipitously, and we're hopeful that other things can happen to replace fossil fuel emissions in America at the speed that we need them and at the scale that we need them to happen.
Bill, thank you. That's very encouraging to hear. I'm curious, did the effect of Pacific Gas and Electric going bankrupt and the fires that they had to deal with have any immediacy of impact on the other utility companies across the country?
No, I don't think so. You know, Pacific Gas and Electric was actually one of the utilities that had no coal in their fleet or very little coal in their fleet pretty early on. They were trying to design a future for them that wasn't about fossil fuels. Unfortunately, I think PG&E's problem in California and its bankruptcy all related to outdated infrastructure. And it's not a problem that's unique to PG&E. Southern California Edison has faced some of those same challenges, but so do utilities across America. One of the things actually we need to do, and it would be helpful from a climate perspective as well would be to modernize the transmission grid in America. With a modernized grid, we have the capability of connecting all sectors in the United States, all regions, and then pulling renewables and carbon-free resources from across a greater geographic span. That could only happen with a modernized grid, and that would have been helpful as well with PG&E.
Bill, thank you so much. I'd like to bring in now two colleagues, Gerald Koch from DWS and Andrew Jones from Climate Interactive. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today.
Happy to be here. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this session over to Gerald right now, who's my very capable associate. And Gerald's going to walk us through some climate modeling to understand some of the impacts of the changes that people like Bill are trying to make in the world. And what will that look like in a world of 2-degree warming, of rising sea level, of warming temperatures? So Gerald, please take it away.
Thanks, Jeff. I actually want to turn over to Andrew Jones relatively quickly because what we want to do today here is simulate different options that we have in order to keep temperature rise down as much as possible. And I'm hoping that Bill will play the legislator and I will play the capital allocator and investor.
Great.
And you can look at what we can do, but maybe a little bit of background on Andrew. He's the co-founder of Climate Interactive, and he and the team from Climate Interactive and MIT have developed a climate model that allows simulating the temperature path between today and the year 2100 and what we can do to keep temperature rise to a minimum. And Drew, help us to understand what kind of impact the actions by politicians and investors have on the climate. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the model, and then let's solve climate change.
Yeah, great. So this is a model that was built with MIT Sloan Sustainability Initiative and Climate Interactive, and it is calibrated to and tested against the integrated assessment models, the literature, scientific literature that's out there. And it's built for really two groups of people, primarily people thinking about public policy, Bill, and the investment world, Gerald. And you can see here, there's a top graph here, 2000 to 2100. This is where we're getting our energy. We were talking about coal a minute ago. That's the brown area. On top of it is oil for the transportation sector, natural gas in blue, wind and solar growing, but still relatively small out at the end of the century, nuclear and biomass. And then here's the pollution that's causing global warming. And then 4.1 degrees is where we're headed. So the challenge, I think, is what can we do? And let's just start. Bill, you mentioned dismantling coal. Dismantling coal. What if the whole world, and this is a global model, followed your lead? And this is in China, India, Brazil, Mexico, Indonesia, all over Africa. I'm going to scroll down, and under here, you talked about getting it towards, 80% cuts in coal. So watch in the top left. I'm going to stop building new coal infrastructure. So watch that brown area shrink, and then imagine what do you think it's going to do over here to emissions and then temperature. So think in your head, what's it going to do? And then we see, do you see the brown area going to zero? Right. I'll run it again a few times. If we stop building new infrastructure and it goes to zero around the world, it takes out a huge 0.5 degrees C. It's not a silver bullet, but it helps a good bit. So that helps. But Bill, what's next of all those things?
So, and that's around the world, right? So Andrew, that's around the world. That would have to be China and India as well, deciding not to build new coal infrastructure, or places in Africa where the Belt and Roadway initiative by China is as well. So that's a really important part. But I think one of the biggest questions, Andrew, is what we do about natural gas. We've used natural gas to replace coal. What if we looked at natural gas and said we're only going to use natural gas at about a third the rate of what we currently do? What would it look like?
So what I'll do is I'm going to tax natural gas. Look at the blue area. Look at the blue area as we shrink it down and do it again. See that it's about a quarter or a third. Maybe I need a little bit more to get that third cut. See that? There we go. 3.6 goes down to 3.4. Less natural gas. Wind and solar grow to replace it. We'll get a little more nuclear around the world. So it's not a silver bullet, but it is adding up to get us down to 3.4. What else shall we do?
Well, I talked about how transportation emissions had eclipsed coal-fired generation and actually the electricity sector. So I think we really have to go to work on transportation emissions, and that would mean trying to replace the internal combustion engine with different kinds of automobiles that are fossil fuel free or that don't have emissions.
Great.
So I would say electrification of the transportation sector would be a very big thing here.
Yeah, so let's look at that. And if we increase that significantly, you can see in the bottom right here, the electric share of final transport. So I'm going to increase that significantly. Think about what that might do, what's going to change in the mix. Look at the red area at the top left. So we get a lot more transportation electricity. It's 70% of transportation energy comes from electricity. And I'll do it again. It's no silver bullet, but it's another thing, as you said, bends the curve. The curve is now of emissions are not just flat, they're actually falling. So maybe shifting now over in the investment world, Gerald, what needs to be added to this to direct capital towards important actions in the world? We're at 3.3, we've got further to go.
All right. So one thing that we are seeing a lot of institutional and retail investors do is find investment portfolios that have a lower average carbon emission intensity. And basically what that means is we select investments behind that, stocks from companies that basically have a lower emissions, right? So I think in this model, I would be looking at higher energy efficiency in the industry and also more electrification in the industry.
Got it. Thank you. So look at overall buildings and industry, and right now the world is improving at 1.2% a year. Things are getting more efficient already. What if we did that even more and watch how it reduces overall energy demand? Look at that big cut. We just don't need as much energy. We deliver services well without as much energy, and so we don't need as much gas. We don't need as much renewables. Coal is already shrunk, but that gets us another 0.2 degrees, and we're bending the curve even more. And the second thing you mentioned was electrification of industry, buildings, residential. Watch as we demand more electricity, therefore watch the shrinking or the expanding of that green area of wind and solar. So this is more demand. If we can get the grid to work well, it's going to shrink gas. We're down at 3.0. What else? We've got halfway there. What else needs to happen to get us well below 2 degrees?
So I think that electrification point is very important. We're talking about the beneficial electrification of everything. You have to have a grid that's fossil fuel free in order for that to matter the way that it does for your model. But I would like to look at methane. There's a lot of discussion in the United States about methane capture and the need for methane capture, both in landfills, but also along the value chain of natural gas.
Absolutely. So this is the non-CO2 greenhouse gas emissions. You can see the blue line has already departed from the black. That's because we're already shrinking those emissions from leakage from the oil and gas industry. What if we were to take other actions? In this case, 61% of what most models think is the full potential. Look at that. 3.0 takes us to 2.6. Suggests that there's a significant 0.4 degree cut just from those reductions of methane, nitrous oxide, and F gases. And this is in agriculture, this is cattle, this is wastewater, landfills, etc. A huge reduction, 2.6. What else?
It doesn't mean we have to necessarily stop eating cattle or making it part of our diet, but there are all sorts of ways to capture that and turn it into energy with biodigestion and things of that nature, where the technology is only going to get better.
Well said. I'll give you a little bit more there. 2.5, if 74% reduction of that. Yeah. What else?
One thing that we did is we worked with a large multinational consumer goods manufacturer to help green their supply chain with regards to getting more access to renewables for their suppliers. So suppliers are located in China, and what we did there is basically created a fund for them to invest, co-invest with their suppliers to build solar and wind farms and basically shift away from traditionally coal-fired electricity.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, so let's look here. If we encourage renewables, watch the green area. And some of the things that you and Bill mentioned that are necessary are breakthroughs in storage and the grid. So watch that as well will really help renewables to grow even more. Mind you, so that's 2.4. It doesn't help marginally because we've already killed coal, but expanded renewables, 2.4. What's going to get us to 2? And I'm going to give you a hint to look at what the sources of emissions are. Here we can see land use CO2 in green. Energy CO2 has shrunk a lot already. And then we have methane on top. What else could we do?
I have a feeling we need a legislator that will do something around carbon pricing.
I'm going to drive you in another direction. Land-based solutions. We're going to need more. Most of these emissions are not coming from energy anymore. The emissions are coming right now from burning trees in Indonesia and Brazil, and we haven't done anything to remove carbon. So those are some of the things that I can see might be necessary.
So those are two things, right? One is reforestation, and then second, carbon removal, where we have to have some innovation for us to have economic solutions around carbon removal. Is that right?
Yeah. Watch what happens here. So less deforestation, that's another 0.1. Growing more trees, not a silver bullet, but it's another 0.1 degree or so. And then there's this whole area of carbon removal. I'll pull this up. We already have some removal here from growing more trees. If we got some more, that's the kind of thing that comes from biochar, bioenergy, carbon capture and storage, ag soil carbon, less tilling, stores carbon in the soil, direct air capture. Those are the things that could get us to 2 degrees. I'll add in a little bit more efficient cars, and then you get below 2 degrees. So there it is. There's no silver bullet. It takes many seeds to plant this garden and get us there, and it requires legislation. It requires investment from the two of you, and it's still possible. Those are the big insights that we see.
So Andrew, you went by something pretty quickly that's a big part of a conversation in the United States. It's carbon capture and sequestration. And the reason is because there's a lot of investment in the build out of new gas and not a great certainty around what the fate of that is in 20 or 25 years if we haven't acted on other kinds of emitting resources. So just talk about carbon capture and sequestration and whether that's a place as a nation we should invest policy and innovation, dollars for innovation in trying to solve for carbon capture and sequestration in an economic way.
Absolutely. And two ways that shows up. One of them here is these technological carbon removal, but one of the dreams for what could happen with natural gas, like if we didn't reduce it as much, is maybe there could be natural gas carbon capture and storage, which helps as well down here. And so that's another thing to explore, is whether that could help get us well below 2 degrees.
But it really speaks toward having to do a big variety of things. There's not any
Absolutely.
The whole time. There is no silver bullet, but there's a whole cachet of solutions we have disposal at that have either a policy lever or technical innovation that's required in order for us to do it. But we can do this.
Absolutely. And by the way, you want to create this scenario on your own. It's free, available online. En-ROADS is the name of it. Go check it out.
Thanks.
So, Bill, Andrew, Gerald, thank you so much for joining us today. And I think it's so interesting that people can actually go to the interactive site and be able to play with these different numbers and models and see the work that it's going to take. But on the positive note, if we all work together, we can have a future that stays well below 2 degrees warming scenario. I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing and for joining us at the Javits Center for the NEST Summit. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks.
I want to thank Bill, Andrew, and Gerald for educating us on the fact that we can have a world that stays below 2 degrees warming scenario. We just all have to work together. You saw a little bit of that played out today. You could find the models yourself and work with them. Thank you, everyone, for joining us at the Javits Center for the NEST Summit. Hi, and welcome back to the Javits Center. We're live at the NEST Summit, and I'm joined today by Erica Spence from eVestment, Head of Data Strategy. And we're talking about deep data on institutional ESG strategies. For those of you that don't know, eVestment is one of the best diligence and research areas for asset managers and allocators to go find out about the managers that they want to invest in. And certainly understanding where the data is being driven for ESG and sustainability and climate risk is incredibly important for allocators to get an understanding of how it affects their portfolio. Erica, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
So, Erica, talk to us a little bit, because eVestment has not been doing deep sustainability and climate diligence questionnaires for long. So give us a little insight into why the shift now and what drove the change at eVestment.
Absolutely. For us, we've had ESG as a part of our data set for several years now, but we're starting to see a much stronger desire for a deeper understanding of how inputs are considered, how research teams are organized around ESG, what types of research they produce, how engagement is happening, and really a strong understanding of the philosophy behind ESG in the investment management process. And what we've realized in talking to our constituents, our clients, and our users is that the data that eVestment has had historically wasn't quite doing the job at really telling the story of ESG, climate change, and sustainability issues that asset managers wanted to convey to the marketplace and that our users wanted to understand about investment products. So we undertook a 2-year embarkation to redo this questionnaire with quite a bit of input from the marketplace. A lot of asset managers wanted to be able to contribute to how we ask these questions, and a lot of our users, consultants and asset owners, really wanted to be able to understand more about the data in the marketplace. eVestment is kind of the natural home for that. When you think about eVestment as the market's database, the arbiter of data in the institutional asset management space, it made sense for us to be able to be the ones that were capturing that deeper, more granular, more under the hood data. The goal is to get information out, to build that better transparency, and to reduce the burden of understanding ESG in the marketplace.
So can you dive a little bit deeper on how you actually crafted the questions, especially when it comes to climate?
Yeah, I would love to. This was, as I said, a 2-year effort that was in part assisted by asset managers and by consultants in the space. We also worked with a number of big industry players. But a big part of what we did is we took a look at the RFPs in the space, the questions that our users were asking, and worked to try to consolidate those questions across different themes. And climate was certainly a theme that we saw loud and clear in many of the RFPs that exist in the marketplace. So as we worked to consolidate the information in the marketplace thematically, we started to really see a need to ask better questions around climate, not only how asset managers are thinking about climate in a portfolio, but how they're aligned with some of the big industry mandates and industry processes and industry organizations that are handling some of the new climate guidelines and climate structures in investment portfolios. So for us, as we started to see these themes, we started to work with some of our experts in the space to really make sure that the questions that we were asking were questions that were going to help users understand what an investment portfolio is really doing and thinking, and how it is consuming information to make decisions related to ESG and to climate and sustainability specifically in a portfolio. So it was 2 years of really consolidating these questions and then bringing them to the marketplace, making sure that what we were asking, what we intended to ask, was the question that the industry really needed to understand in a little bit more of a thorough fashion. So it was a very collaborative effort across both sides of the spectrum, both the investors and the asset managers.
I definitely want to emphasize the fact that you said it's the asset managers that were actually helping with the questions. So I think a lot of times people think this is a very reactive, responsive field, but as you can see, asset managers are starting to push the envelope around issues related to climate change. I'm very curious, have you seen a reaction to the questionnaires yet? On what, are people very open and transparent about their processes, or are you having some difficulty getting responses from the field?
great question, and we're seeing this in two different ways. So I like to say that it's very rare that asset managers come to me to ask me to make eVestment's database more complex for them to provide data. But this is an area where asset managers really felt like they had an opportunity to showcase a different or a unique or an important contribution to the marketplace. And it was important to them that eVestment hit the mark and allow them to do that. So those asset managers that have a strong stance, a strong philosophy, something that they feel that is a benefit to the marketplace or to the community at whole, we're really excited about this questionnaire. And many of them are already on our database, populating good, robust data. There are other asset managers that are still beginning in this space or still thinking about this space. This is a benefit to them too, to learn how peers are doing this and are thinking about this. And then there are asset managers that aren't doing this yet, and they don't intend to, and that's fine. They're not the target for this particular questionnaire. Those that are really strong in the space and have a really strong philosophy around it, really strong core process around it, are really happy with this questionnaire and are actively in our system trying to showcase their efforts.
I'm curious, are we seeing a division between asset managers that are working on low carbon initiatives versus actual physical risk? And are you specifically addressing physical risk within this questionnaire? Because the asset management industry has been very slow to address physical climate change risks in portfolio analysis.
The asset management industry has been very slow to address that. And we're trying to capture both ends of the spectrum, right? We're talking about things like TCFD. We're talking about how climate change at whole is considered within the portfolio. We're asking questions around alignment to things like SDGs and things like that. But most asset managers, especially in the United States, are still kind of coming to terms with the bifurcation between physical risk and general kind of climate and carbon. And I think we're seeing a strong evolution in the marketplace, but we're on the beginning end of it.
So eVestment is a NASDAQ company. Are you seeing initiatives from the top down around climate change and climate risk?
Yeah, ESG in particular and climate efforts have been a huge focus of NASDAQ in the last year to 2 years. We have a steering committee dedicated to it that is actively out in the marketplace, continuing to evaluate not only NASDAQ's impact in the industry, but also trying to find good tools that we can provide to our users, to our constituents, to better understand the marketplace, to better understand the environmental impact, the climate impact of the corporations that they hold in the portfolio, and to better understand kind of the global ecosystem around this. It is a very large part of NASDAQ's 2020 engagement and plan so far, and it will continue to be a part of NASDAQ's core business tenets.
I'm curious, Erica, is this an iterative process? Is this something that's going to continue to develop, or do you think this is static for the next 2 years? I understand it took 2 years to develop, but climate change is obviously an evolving topic. So how are you going to address that in the questionnaire?
Fantastic question. One of the things that we're very proud of with this new questionnaire is it was written in a new technology that allows us to adapt and evolve the questionnaire early and often. I think one of the biggest things that I wanted to accomplish with this particular questionnaire is to make it something that can evolve as the industry evolves. I don't want us to end up in a place where our data is stale or not keeping up with the evolution of the industry. As I mentioned a couple of questions ago, we're on the beginning end of a sea change in terms of how our users are thinking about climate in particular in the portfolio and the nuances in which they think about climate and carbon and sustainability in their portfolios. This questionnaire today is designed to meet many of them where they are, and we're proud of that. But as the industry evolves, our questionnaire is going to absolutely continue to evolve frequently to keep up with those trends in the industry, and we've built technology to allow us to do that in a very, very meaningful fashion.
I'm curious, I think education is a big gap in the certainly wealth management industry and RIA and broker sector around climate risk and climate change. So eVestment as a leader has now come up with a questionnaire and is gathering data about this. Is there anything you're doing to help advisors and people that are using eVestment make this adjustment to actually bring in this new data set?
Sure. So we've done quite a bit of outreach as we've brought the questionnaire to market in terms of just what's on the questionnaire, what are our users expecting, how are they expecting to look at this data. We've got things like glossaries and supplemental materials to help managers that are a little bit less familiar in this space And we've been out doing webinars around ESG, both in partnership with NASDAQ and on our own, just to help our users understand the ESG space as a whole. For us, that education and that outreach continues to be critical. As I shopped this questionnaire in the marketplace, I had a number of asset managers in Asia in particular indicate that the data that would come in from this particular questionnaire will help them understand the marketplace better and help them understand that if they are to get into the environmental, the sustainability marketplace, what would be expected of them? What do they need to be thinking about? How do they need to be consuming information around climate in particular as they think about structuring portfolios? So to them, the data that comes in with this is a key educational tool as they think about their own offerings and their own position in the marketplace. And looking at that region, that's incredibly important. We're very proud of that. And we've heard that again and again, that the information that comes in this is a really great way to understand how those that have really strong philosophies in the space are thinking about it. So those that are leading can lead from the front here. Those that are trying to learn really have a wealth of information in order to be able to learn from it. But ESG and NASDAQ, eVestment and NASDAQ as a whole do really have an opportunity to educate the marketplace both on the expectations of the industry when it comes to this data, but also just how to think about it and how to provide this data in a way that is meaningful and increases transparency.
And last, Eric, is there anything that stood out from you? I mean, this was a 2-year process. There had to be at least some insights that maybe weren't expected from this process.
Yeah, great question. A couple of things really stood out as we designed this. I would say the first one is just the need for asset managers, again, going back to the point that I made earlier about how it's rare that I have a lot of support from the asset manager industry in designing something as complex and robust as this questionnaire is. But it was asset managers that started the request. It was asset managers that came to us and said, allow us to showcase this better, allow us to do a better job explaining our thoughts and our philosophies, allow us to do a better job really getting at the nuance of what our offerings are in this space and how they can contribute to some of our climate portfolio initiatives or alignment initiatives. And that was really surprising to me. It doesn't come up that often that the direction of making our questionnaires more robust starts on that side. The other thing that I would say that has been really surprising on this is an interest in really keeping our climate questions somewhat open-ended. So if you've seen the questionnaire, there are 100 or so questions across the firm and the product level, and the climate questions in particular are, they allow for very nuanced responses. They're not overly prescriptive in the way those questions are worded, and that's because the way that people are thinking about climate and sustainability is still evolving, and it is still really nuanced, and asking a one-size-fits-all question without room for detailed narratives and a detailed kind of philosophy section was not going to fit the needs of the marketplace right now. So typically people like to be able to sort and filter and organize information in very, very bespoke ways. This particular questionnaire is very different. There is a big desire to leave things much more open-ended so that the information that comes in can have the appropriate level of nuance and the appropriate level of context.
I want to thank Erica Spence from eVestment, a NASDAQ company, for joining us at the NEST Summit live at the Javits Center. Thank you so much, Erica.
Thanks for having me.
And we're back at the Javits Center. You're live with the Nest Summit. I'm joined today by Joey Lake from Climate Service. Joey, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure to be here, Jeff.
So I'm a big fan of the Climate Service and the work that you guys do, but for the audience's benefit, can you give us a little bit of background as to why the Climate Service was started and what was the genesis behind it?
Sure. So at the Climate Service, we help companies and investors to understand their risk from climate change. So we don't help them to understand the impact of their company on the climate, but rather we help them understand the impact of climate change on their company or on their investments. And why did it start? We are mission-led. Our aim is to embed climate risk data into every financial decision on the planet. We believe that that will help reallocate capital and accelerate the transition towards a lower carbon economy. There's really three factors, though, that drove the genesis, I guess, of the Climate Service. So three factors driving demand for the type of data analytics that we provide. The first one was regulation. So going all the way back to 2015, when Mark Carney and Mike Bloomberg set up the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. So essentially said to everybody, we recommend that you assess your risk from climate change. And everyone said, okay, that's great. How on earth do we do that? Right. So we do help a lot of Fortune 500 companies and financial services firms to assess their risk from climate change in order so they can comply with these types of regulations and guidelines. The second reason is really investor pressure. And so we're seeing increasingly, not a day goes by now without one large asset manager or asset owner saying we need to understand better the risks that are in our portfolios, because we know that climate change is the largest idiosyncratic risk that's left more or less unmeasured and unmanaged by most companies around the world. And they're seeing the consequences of that now. So they want a better understanding of their risk so that they can better assess that risk and how much of it they want to carry. And then finally, and I think most importantly, we are now seeing the consequences of climate change. So we could have been sat here 5 years ago talking about this as a far-off distant event that companies and investors need to prepare for. But in fact, it's already causing disruptions and financial losses today on a very large scale. And we've seen that in the news at the moment with the wildfires in California, with tropical cyclones that are more severe and more frequent than they ever have been in the past, flooding affecting so many different assets around the world and populations who are very vulnerable to that. So all of those different threads wrapped together is kind of the raison d'etre of the Climate Service.
Thank you so much. When we look at how you're analyzing all of this data, I know you adhere to the TCFD guidelines. Can you talk about why that's so significant?
Sure. I guess the TCFD, there's so many different acronyms, sort of an alphabet soup of different frameworks and standards and things that people are trying to comply with within this world of ESG. And even ESG itself is an acronym. So within ESG, we only look at the E, we only look at the environment, and we only look at the impact of climate change on a company or on an investor. And in that niche space, TCFD is everything. It's the framework by which all investors and companies are trying to comply. It's really been the guiding light for everyone in this area of climate risk. And it's provided a little bit of clarity, I would say, in this whole new space. A lot of folks would compare climate risk today with cyber risk of 10 or 15 years ago. So this new emergent risk, we're really not sure how to measure and manage it, what's best practice. And the TCFD has been a little bit of a lighthouse in that sort of journey as folks struggle to better understand this new nascent risk.
When we think about climate risk, I think most of the time when people think about risk, especially around climate, they're thinking of past risks that can be assessed. You know, you have a hurricane, you have a fire, you have a storm, and there's damage that's assessed to that, and that's your risk. And they don't understand yet that that can be kind of foretold, that there's deep analysis that's going on about what the future risks of these companies are. Can you give us a little bit of explanation how your model, I think it's Climanomics?
Climanomics,
yes. How Climanomics actually looks into the future risks of climate?
Great question, Jeff. I think that we hear that quite frequently. People expect that insurance companies will have this wealth of data and models that will help them predict what their future risk is. And in fact, those catastrophic risk models are all built on historical data. So they're sort of backward-looking. They're helpful if you're looking to insure a risk over the next 6 months, 12 months, but they don't take into account the change in climate. And the only thing that we know for sure is that the future will be different to the past. So we know that climate change is happening, is already baked in for the next 10, 15, 20 years, some degree of it. And so we have these climate models, these global climate models that have been put together by hundreds and thousands of different scientists, which are our best understanding of what the world will look like in the future under different scenarios. Because of course, there is an element of uncertainty in there. What are people actually going to do? What are governments going to do in response to this huge threat? Will they tax carbon? Will they adopt policies that will mitigate some of this risk? So what we do is scenario analysis. If policy looks like this, then your risk is going to look like that. You might have more wildfires in parts of Europe and North America that you didn't experience previously. And if there is a bigger policy response and global warming is limited to, let's say, just 2 degrees Celsius, then the scenario looks like this for you. There's no wildfires there, there's less flooding there, tropical cyclones are more likely to take this path. So it's future scenario analysis, which I've spent my best part of 2 decades in, but typically that was relating to different elections. If there's a Trump presidency versus a Biden presidency, this is what the regulatory environment will look like for you. And instead, we're adopting that same framework and approach using these extremely powerful global climate models, coupling that with vulnerability functions and what we know from historical catastrophic weather events, and producing a financial metric that puts a price on climate change.
Joy, when you and I sat down really a year ago, what was interesting to me is that you said the release of the TCFD reports was really driving businesses coming to you and really, for the first time, realizing that they required the types of future analysis that your firm was doing. And in the past year, we've seen a host of climate-related risks hit the marketplace, from Australian fires to California fires to record-breaking heat temperatures. I'm wondering if today you're seeing a big driver of your business and the need for your modeling coming from the realization that these risks are hitting today and not just from adherence to regulations.
Yes, we have noticed a discernible trend and a really significant change in what's driving this. A few years ago, as you said, it was a sort of regulatory push. And it depends what part of the world you're in, but here in North America, there's no doubt that most of the pressure is coming from investors who recognize that this transition is happening, that the financial consequences of climate change are already being felt. So way back at the start of the year when Larry Fink said that climate risk is investment risk, that caused a lot of waves in the market. But actually we've gone a step further than that now. We are already experiencing the reallocation of capital because of climate change and the transition to a lower carbon economy. We've seen that with the rise of Tesla. People are already starting to price in future earnings that are disproportionate to anything that we know today. We've seen it with the oil and gas majors who have written down billions of dollars of assets because they recognize they will never take them out of the ground. So this financial reallocation of capital is already happening now in 2020. And if you're not currently pricing in climate risk to your asset allocation models, then you're behind the curve at this point.
You have some new innovations coming in your software and your modeling this fall. Is there anything that you can speak about now?
What we have at this point in time is, we believe, the best approach to assessing climate risk in real assets. So if you're a company, if you're a Coca-Cola of the world, and you have hundreds or thousands of assets around the world, facilities, manufacturing spots and so on, we can help them understand the risk across all of those assets. What we're now doing is extending that out across other asset classes. So we are currently creating a listed equity product to be released in Q4, with already some early asset managers, pension funds and asset owners on board for that. And we've also had a huge amount of demand to apply our methodology to fixed income, so to municipal bonds, sovereign bonds. People are really thinking about this in a much more refined and sophisticated way than they were just 18 months or 2 years ago.
So in wrapping, I think institutionally we're starting to see a great need or a rush kind of to the exits on figuring out climate risk right now. But the average investor, I think, is still way behind when it comes to what's going on behind the curtain. What advice would you give to investors and advisors that are just a little bit slow to understanding the great risk that climate change has to the capital markets?
Good question, Jeff. I think what I would love for investors to be doing right now is asking the right questions. I think that's first and foremost what they should be doing. If you have a 401k, if you have a pension plan, and you know the companies that is invested in, you should understand what the climate risk is that you're holding, especially if you're holding that over the longer term, so 5, 10, 15 years. There's a chance that some of your investments are invested in properties that could be underwater, literally and figuratively, in that time horizon. So I think what we have seen is that climate risk will really reallocate capital across financial markets. It will create winners and losers, and you need to price that in, or your financial advisor needs to be pricing that in for you.
I don't want to catch you off guard, so if you can't answer this, it's fine. But the ECB came out with a report about a week and a half ago that said that if the pandemic was, let's say, a 1.5% hit to global GDP, climate change will be more like a 4 to 5% hit to global GDP. When you look at that, I don't think people could even comprehend what a mass hit to GDP that is. Is that one of the factors that's really driving companies, that they are finally starting to understand that if they don't assess these risks, price them in, or take a different route, that they're going to be affected in just a huge way by the global cost of these risks that are coming down the pike?
Yes, great question. This has been an extraordinary year, I think, for all of us. Nobody's been left untouched by the sort of devastation of COVID and so on, and as well as the economic and financial fallout from that. What has been really interesting for me is to see how the climate risk conversation evolved in that context. So we have clients who are among the hardest hit of financially of all of these companies. So in the aviation industry, in the oil and gas sector, who've been devastated by the economic fallout from this. And what they have said, and this has been fascinating for me, as they have been forced to make cuts in a lot of different areas, they've said right from the C-suite on down that they need to come out of this stronger on climate risk, because the impact of COVID has alerted them now to the risk that could hit them across the full value chain in their supply chain and their operations in the market. And so it's actually been a bit of a wake-up call, I would say, and reinforced those efforts to better price in climate change to their decision-making and strategy.
Joe, I really want to thank you for joining us today. That's a wrap at the Javits Center for the NEST Summit. Thank you for joining us.